Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome along. It's the penultimate round of the Coach Dave Delta GT3 Endurance Series 2024, brought to you by Formula Racing League, of course. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everyone in the chat. My name is John Wright, aka Double O Raven, and I'll be here for the entirety of today's race. Some highlights from one of the previous rounds, but it is a very sunny Laguna Seca that we are off to in a championship that could be close to wrapped up by our championship leaders. There we go. Given they do have an impressive gap, all they need to do is finish 9th place. Which would certainly be one of the worst finishes of the season to see them bring home the £100 prize for the Pro split, and in the AM split it is still very close up at the top, with TSE and Gazelle only separated by 11 points. Of course, in the races themselves, Coach Dave Delta 1 month subscriptions up for grabs in the Pros and the AMs, and in the Pros will be £20, £12 and £8 up for grabs for the race winners. And as I mentioned, in the overall championships in the Pros and the AMs, we will find ourselves, bear with me, there we go, we will find ourselves the winners receiving that £100, 60 for second, 40 for third, 30 for fourth and 20 for fifth position. There is a look at the calendar that we have seen previously this season. As I say, it is the penultimate round. Been some absolutely incredible racing so far, and we're going to be treated to more today. I was briefly in the server. They are in qualifying. There we go. 24 cars out on the track. As we furiously try and get everything up and running. There we go. And we will have news of some upcoming events as well as the race goes on. But there are the drivers out on track. As I say, Laguna Seca, one of the shortest, tightest, twistiest tracks on the planet. America's answer to Brands Hatch, if ever there was one. And it is going to be some very quick lap times that we are going to be seeing. We're seeing Mattia Nachira atop the timing tower at the minute. 1 minute 21.1. Oh yes. Oh indeed. 2.2 miles long, built back in 1957. Not been much in the way of changes. The corkscrew, of course, has been there. Has been an ever-present fun go for the drivers. Sorry, completely lost my words there, but here we go. We're seeing the Nachira absolutely throwing it down the inside there. He's actually, yeah, he's up on his time. I think he's just lost a bit there. But it is R&M flat out that are leading the way around this phenomenal circuit in the middle of the desert. There is Vesta Sport. They are leading the way in the championship. As I say, if they finish 9th in the last 2 races, even if Hold Fast win both races and take the fastest lap, Vesta will win by 4 points. So yeah, they do need to. But I did mention their worst finish so far of the season is 6th, I believe. So they have done particularly well at getting the car home well inside the top 10. Repeat of even their worst performance over the last 2 will bring them the championship home. As I say, Hold Fast 69 points behind, 30-point deficit between 1st and 9th, hence the prerequisite. If Vesta Sport do find themselves in 10th, however, and Hold Fast take the fastest lap, they could see themselves win the championship by 2 points. Hey. So it's still close up at the top despite the 69-point gap. Only 3 points back from Hold Fast are FRL as well, the faster team car. So they are still definitely in the hunt as well, but they do need 2 race wins if they're going to make a realistic impact on the very top spot. It's going to be close between them and Holdfast for second. There is the QRT car. We've seen quite a few cars take part in all 8 of the previous rounds. Hungaroring to open it up, and then it was Donington, Valencia, Suzuka, the Red Bull Ring, Nordslife, Watkins Glen and Zolder. So it has been quite the calendar so far. As you can see, 24 teams in it for this one. Quite a few names that we've seen over the series. Sorry, I'm just going to very quickly get the chat working again. For some reason it had completely stalled. There we go. Mariano, let's go, and Jan Barth in as well. Good afternoon. Calls me sir and everything. Jan as well, you're my favourite. Welcome in. I hope you're all looking forward to today's race. As I say, the penultimate round, and what a track we've got to finish it off. Let's go, Kai Lamy. Let's go grab the coffee. Oh, it's finished. We will have to resolve that soon. But yeah, good afternoon to everyone in the chat. Who are we all cheering on? Give me some car numbers and names. Let's get some team affiliations on the go. There's Tom Brunel. There's a QR. That's the Advisor Poor, sorry. QRT have got a new livery. It's pretty cool. We will be talking a lot about liveries as well. There's Drew. Now, his livery worked a moment ago. This is very confusing with the livery sometimes. There is Peter Davidson, another driver for DT. We've got Mickey Taylor out for MT Motorsport at the moment. Vergau for MT as well. No team is running more than 3 drivers today either, with it being a 4-hour race. They've limited. We've got 3 solos as well. Terence Keenan, Hajo Horman and Chris Jones. Sorry, Tom Brunel as well, my apologies. 4 drivers. Nigel Longdon as well. That didn't update very quickly there, but it did. So there we go. Yeah, Nigel Longdon is going 4 hours on his own. Someone didn't have his breakfast today. Tom Brunel, the Michelin pilot car and organiser extraordinaire behind the scenes at Formula Racing League. He is doing it solo. So too Hajo Horman in. There it is, the new QRT Ferrari. It's very nice. Terence Keenan as well, the Irishman representing Formula Racing League, and he will be doing so single-handedly for 4 hours. Look at that tyre flex. As we can see, 30-degree double cloud. We've got a lot of cloud cover. It really never ceases to amaze me just how accurate the laps are, lap after lap, and how consistent. Even in qualifying, when they're trying to get the quickest time possible. Yes, 30-degree track temperature, so no problem heating up the tyres in the desert. As we see Keenan in 4th place going through turn 1 into turns 2 and then 3. The Andretti hairpin, very much a double apex hairpin. Good exit there again, using all of the curb, throws it right in and get right on the edge of that sausage curb, just clipping it beautifully there through turn 4. Again, right on the edge of the sausage curb there, just a millimetre of the wheel as he heads towards the Rahal straight, absolutely flying over the curbs once again. How far out we're going to see any dust? Ooh, now that's a bit of a wiggle there. And that has cost him a bit of time. He has been overtaken now. Horman, Castellino, Nopek and Nachira ahead of Kieran with 3.5 minutes left to go of qualifying. Here he goes once again into the corkscrew where we jumped on board. Oh, and he's made a bit of a meal of that exit. Nachira has taken the top, held on to the top spot, sorry. Thomas Nopek has taken 2nd place in the Honda. Not too many straights for the Honda to unleash its awesome top end. But at the moment, the Formula of Racing League car up in a second place, 8,500s behind Natira. Castorino, less than a tenth and a half from pole, finds himself in third. An absolutely compact trio up at the top of the tree there. And Horman and Keenan with near identical times set at the moment as well. It is very close through the field. Brunel still sitting in the pits. All 24 cars have set times. 1:24.4 for Johnny Gilchrist down at the back of the field. It's still quicker than I've ever gone around here. So, yep, still close. Few and a half minutes. So you've still got time to pop out the pits. Maybe done with qualifying. Got enough tyre data. It's going to be Davison across the line. Doesn't improve. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting first lap as well. They will have the full formation lap, of course. And with these temperatures, definitely going to be easy enough to get the tyres warmed up. But through that kink on the left for turn number 1 before you get to the Andretti hairpin at the bottom of the hill, it can certainly be interesting if you're paying more attention to the cars around you and getting your steering input correct. Here comes Keenan again, and Thomas Nopek actually. Let's see what Keenan does first. No improvement there. Nopek though is finding a bit of time. He doesn't need to find a lot. Less than a tenth of a second separating him from pole at the minute. Horman has just invalidated his lap and returned to the pits. Oh, and that is the knife edge that the drivers are on in qualifying. Nopek's just gone from purple to no time. Yeah, track limits catching him out there as he really did push it off to the half straight. Marco Castorino out for Vestasport. They find themselves in third place. Not a bad place to be at the start of the race. And Nachira right on the ragged edge, as you would expect. He's looking to separate himself even further if he can. Miroslav Kucha finds himself off track. That'll be the Kermit Motorsport cars qualifying done. Fabian Karner returning to the pits with Van Hoorn in there for Astro as well. Mickey Taylor for MT Motorsport. Looking to find an improvement, and does so at the halfway mark of the race. So could see himself jump a couple of positions if he can find another tenth or two. Close between Van Hoorn and Vergau ahead of him. In fact, it's very close right up the field there, as we can see. Corving, Laurent and Kucha 1.2, 1.1 for Longdon, a second for Munich. So 11 cars within a second. Taylor, he's dicing with that there, and we're going to jump back up to Nachira up at the front of the field. He is showing purple again. Castorino a bit down on his time. Still got plenty of the lap to make it up though. And yeah, Nachira is behind him, so we'll stay on board with Castorino. Championship leaders, third place at the moment. Oh, he's lost a little bit more time there. Got a couple of corners. Given the fine margins. Oh, yep, no, he's lost another tenth. I think he might pull into the pits here. Yep, certainly not going to finish the lap. So we'll see what Nachira can do. 1 minute 21.1. Are we going to see a 1 minute 20 on a 30-degree track temperature? That's not too bad if he does. Oh, and I tell you what, he's got some time in his pocket here. He needs a nice smooth exit out of this last corner. Don't get too wild on those track limits, and he does keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard. Is it going to be a 1 minute 20? It's not. It's a 1 minute 21.035. Could not get much closer than that, can you? 1 minute 21.035 for Nachira. RNM certainly going absolutely flat out there. That was quite the run for the line. In the arms, it's Duvalloy and Van Dam that take the top spot in the Ferrari, with Munich and La Roque for TSE Championship protagonists themselves in the standings. And in fact, when I say Championship protagonists, they're leading the way by 11 points. Longden and Jones 4th and 5th. Our solo pilots joining Brunel there in 8th. In the arms, Vergao Taylor for MT in 6th and 7th, and Gilchrist in 9th position. And there we can see Nachira and Alfonsi for RNM ahead of Nopek and Garby in the Honda for FRL. Sam was by Ferraris to find himself. Castellina and Pareto for championship leaders in 3rd place, and they did take a purple sector. The Honda keeping it consistent throughout the whole lap. And yeah, the Ferraris taking the fastest sectors. Keenan and Horman 4th and 5th respectively. Another Ferrari in the top 5. Let's go. I'm not biased, you all are. Miatini and Torini ahead of Zach Dahl and Eck, and Becca and Ferrari on row number 4 in 8th position, just ahead of Duvalloy and Van Dam, making an appearance in the top 10, ahead of Harter and Macaretta in the pros. And another 3 of the arms popping up in the top 15. So good showing by the arms. You can see a few of the pro teams qualifying down the order. But it is going to be a tight, twisty lap number 1. There we go, the drivers are on the grid. There is some several series upcoming at FRL, as you would expect. I've got a few of them rotating there on the screen. Get yourself over to the SimGrid home page. You can get yourself signed up to all of the series. Get yourself the link to the Discord and get yourself involved in the racing action. Still got Kailami to come in this series. It is a series of standalone events with the overall standings tabulated beautifully by one of James Williams' spreadsheets. So you can still sign up for the last round, which, did I mention Kailami? I think I might have. It will be Kailami, one of the greatest tracks for racing you could ever hope to get involved with. So yeah, get yourself signed up, and we will see. We'll get a rundown of the teams in a moment. We'll have another look at the qualifying times until we're allowed back on the cameras. But yeah, Mega Grids and of course the ACC Masters and Rookies seasons 13 and 15. That's how long they have been going, enjoying phenomenal numbers as well. Some incredible racing action throughout the series, and yeah, great infrastructure in the background as well, so make sure you get yourself signed up and get yourself involved. And that is for that. Excellent. We are here for, of course, the Coach Dave Delta 4 hours of Laguna Seca. £20, £12 and £8 up for grabs for the pro race winners, and the pro and AM race winning teams will receive a Coach Dave Delta 1 month subscription for setups and the Never Lift coaching course. So thank you very much to Coach Dave and the team for sponsoring these events and providing prizes for the drivers. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure some of these teams up at the front are yeah, need much more help with themselves, given the pace they're already seeing. 1 minute 21.0 for the team up at the top. I believe, there we go. We can now have a look if that works. There we go, get a look at the teams and their liveries. So I just get a few bits and pieces working in the background. Oh, we've got a team that find themselves starting on the... yeah, so we've got a non-mover on the grid. But yeah, quick run down there. That did go a bit fast. Sorry, we've got a few problems with things sticking in the background. Apologies, there we go. Yeah, just trying to get a couple of things working here. I think we... Right, okay, yep, there we go. I think we're up and running. Double look at the grid to see where everyone's in now. Yeah, why not? Let's get a look at these liveries. The broadcast is in 2K and in 5.1 surround, so feel free to turn the speakers up, get that resolution cranked up to admire the beauty. A lot of time and patience goes into making these liveries. Be under absolutely no illusions. I have tried it myself. It is ridiculously difficult. And Steward returned to the pits. So the Mustang, and that's perfect timing as we get to the start of the 4 hours. It's Nachira and Garby that will lead the way. It's green lights, his foot down, it's flat out, and it is flying into turn at number 1 for the RNM Flat Out Esports team to hold the lead, as there's a bit of concertina in the background. 2 FRL cars potentially going side by side for 5th and 6th. QRT holding on to the position. Oh, and Vesta making it up the inside. Vesta Sport Championship leaders, that's why they are the Championship leaders. They've got the move done. Out with turn at number 2 and into 3. Vesta Sport have split the front row of the grid. Couldn't do it in qualifying. Did it in turn number 1. Nigel Longdon looks like he's lost a couple of positions there. Fabian Karner finding good ground at the start as well. Casper Duvaloy looking like he's got a good start as well. Up in position, it's Miatini for RNM Flat Out up at the front. Oh, and he's sorry, not at the front, but in the top 10, losing quite a few positions in the opening there. So the sister team holding on to the lead, but Miatini unable to hold on to 6th position from the start. We've got Oliver Gau tumbling down the order for MT. We'll see if we can get a look at that once we catch up with the leaders. It is still Nachira up the front, Castorino, then Garvey with Horman holding on to 4th place, Keenan holding on to 5th, Zakdal, Becca, Duvaloy and Hayden Harter all making up positions in the opening few corners against Miatini. Munich and Larocque still on the podium in the AMS, which is not a bad place to be. It will still, yeah, actually it's going to be close with the score, and I'll have another look at that one in a second before I go making any massive declarations. We've also got Carl Van Hoorn dropping positions, but he's going like side by side now with Mickey Taylor. Both of these cars down 2 on the start. Van Hoorn's going to hang it around the outside of the Andretti hairpin, and in fact Vergao find himself just behind his teammates, so both MT cars down a few positions on the start. Melker Garvey's losing positions. The Honda has been absolutely found out. Something's going on with Garvey. Let's have a look and see if we can see. That is quite the train for FRL, but the Honda, let's jump on a helicam and see what's happened here. So through turn 4, everything seems fine. Oh, that's not turn... Oh yeah, no, that's turn 4, and that's not fine. And that's what's happened. 2 wheels on the gravel, and that has cost them 2 positions, and it's about to cost them another one because the Lambo behind, teammate or not, they'll be keen to get that position back. So a bit of a change going on there. Castorino, the big beneficiary at the start. Garby down 3, Miatini down 4, Nigel Longdon also down 4 positions. With the big gainers, Drew Berakovsky for Fuchsia Competizione, 6 places they've made up, with Johnny Gilchrist as well starting from the back for DT Racing, made it up 6. Tom Brunel is up 4, 13 seconds damage for the number 18. Van Hoorn for Astro. So yeah, a couple of cars picking up damage at the start, and a couple of cars picking up positions. No one picking up any slipstream though from Nachira, just over a second ahead of Castorino. But Castorino, championship leaders, as I say, 9th or better in the next 2 races, and they can't be beaten for the championship. It'd be close, it could get down to as close as 4 points if they do finish 9th. Outside the 9th, it certainly puts the ball into Holdfast's case, and FRL, who are here and are racing. Holdfast aren't in the race today. So yeah, that could be a costly mistake given how close it is, with cash prizes up for grabs. Castorino crossing the line, 1.2 down it says, but there is absolutely nothing between their lap times. Ridiculously close. It's very hard to keep a straight face sometimes when you look at just how quick and consistent and close these laps are, even when they're in the tyre warming phase, which as I did mention, won't take long in this one because it is 30 degrees. We've got Nachira leading the way, followed closely by Castorino. 2.5 seconds down the road is Hazio Horman running this one on his own. He's being followed by another solo pilot. It is Terence Keenan, and pilot it certainly is the right one because he is flying. Slipstream definitely being shared between the Ferrari of Horman and Keenan. Unlike Nachira up ahead, he's more sharing as Zakdal. Oh, and that's someone going slow. He's gone right round the outside there. Becca. Oh, that is very close here. Alex Zakdal losing a position from absolutely no place. I was busy looking at the timing tower, and I'm not entirely sure what happened there. My apologies. I took the wrong moment to look off the screen. We won't rewind though, we'll keep up on a look. Hayden Harter is up into 8th position, with Miatini still in 9th. Munich leading the way in the arms, but it's a lot closer now in the arms, as you can see Larocque and Duvaloy directly behind. So we've also missed an overtake there. Larocque getting up to 2nd place in the arms, exactly what the championship leaders need. Only 4 points difference between 1st and 2nd in the points allocated in the races for the overall championship, and with an 11-point lead, Larocque certainly only losing 4 points at the minute. Certainly a lot better than the 9 points it would have been for that one previous place. But Duvaloy, as we can see, is very close indeed. For Gazelle, so the top 3 in the arms dueling it out. Love to see it. Fabian Karner not too far behind as well in the pros. He's got Kucha chasing him down. Chris Jones, another solo pilot. We're going with pilots today for some reason. He finds himself a couple of seconds down, but clear air front and back. Not too bad a thing here at Laguna Seca, so you can fully focus on those all-important apexes. The long smile car certainly wouldn't lose that in a crowd. Longdon 16th place overall, 15th in the arms, just ahead of Burakovsky, who is now up 5 positions, with Gilchrist up 6. So the two of them carving their way through the field since the start. Van Hoorn, despite the damage, has held on to 19th position, with Davidson and Brunel up a couple of positions. Davidson has actually overtaken Brunel. So good move there. Vergao Duarte has started And is still on the lead lap. He's just gone past Vergao and Taylor, the MT cars. One of them still carrying a bit of damage there. Duarte. In fact, let me just check. Yeah, so Duarte did start in the pits. Vergao and Taylor both staying out, not coming in to get that damage repaired. Oh, Duvaloy. Oh, Duvaloy losing positions massively. Let's have a look and see. We've got a yellow flag. Ooh. Is it the same corner that we've seen? I think it is. Turn number 4 on the exit. Oh no, it's on the way in. Smashes that sausage curb, and that just shows you how low slung they are. And that's what makes it so impressive. The qualifying lap when we were on board with the front right wheel and you saw he was just clipping that sausage. That's what happens if you hit too much of that sausage curb. And that sent him into the wall and tumbling down the order then. Duvaloy now down 11 places on where he started. And Alexandra Larocque has the type of rear, unfortunately he's in the Aston. It's not often I say that, but as you can see, the rear wing doesn't give you the most open view of what's going on behind. But there is now no more arms in the rear view mirror of our ARM Championship leaders, and he's still within half a second effectively of the Munich ahead of him. So a tantalising battle brewing here in the arms, and in fact I say brewing, it's already here. We've got Keenan 1.2 down, but it's Zakdal that I wanted to jump on board with. As we can see, the Lamborghini driver, in fact let's jump on board as I said, because you do get a decent rear view mirror. You can see Hayden Harter, another TSE car, this one in the pros. He's within half a second. Zakdal hunting down Becca, who's got Melker Garby in the Honda. Garby, of course, starting up on the front row of the grid, down 3 positions from his starting spot. And he is certainly more involved in the battle to hold on to 5th rather than chasing back those podiums. And he is certainly being chased down by the 3 cars ahead. They are in a very, very, very good position. And here we go. We're only 10 minutes in. We've got cars coming out of the pits, so we're going to see blue flags now for the rest of the race. Yep, and yeah, again in an endurance series, if you are new to endurance racing, there are multiple skills and facets required for a team to be successful in an endurance race. Some golden rules. Ooh, keeping it off the gravel is definitely one of them. Spend as little time in the pits as possible, of course, is one of the absolute top. Get your strategies right, not too bad either, but also your interactions with the blue flag traffic need to be absolutely spot on, because they are inevitable. You go beyond an hour race. I mean, even here we're 10 minutes in and I've got a car just come out of the pits. So how you navigate your way through that, absolutely vital. Becca losing a bit of time. The Vesta Sport car finding their way off track, still chasing down Garby ahead, who's getting a bit of a breakaway, but certainly Zakdal and Harter, they won't be slow in getting that overtake sized up if they can. Around the last corner we go. And only 2:17 PM, few of the drivers there with their headlights on, so a fair bit of cloud cover through turn 1. Deceptively difficult corner at times. And into the Andretti hairpin, out we go. The Vesta Ferrari hanging on for the minute. Garby getting himself a good little breakaway there. It doesn't look like much, but it's certainly enough to break the slipstream, which is all he needs at the moment. He can start concentrating on what's going on ahead, where Matteo Nacira with 1 minute 21.8, so getting pretty close to quali times. In fact, that would 21.8 would have started 12th or 13th. Yeah, we won't get to see that there. But yeah, still a very quick time. Oh, we've got a yellow flag, Johnny Gilchrist. Oh, he made up places at the start, but he's had a bit of an incident there. Let's have a look and see. So yeah, there we go, exit to turn 3, turn 4, and it's the sausage curb on the inside. So yeah, turn 4, be it the entrance or the exit, it's certainly been a hot spot for the drivers so far. Still close with Hayden Harter. Let's jump back up there and enjoy the Paper Mario livery that they've got. Love the TXT team, love the drivers, I love their liveries. And yeah, Hayden Harter. Do love the sound of the Aston Martin as well. Might not have a very good rear camera. Certainly does have a very nice sounding engine, so we'll stay on board as we watch the Lambo and the Ferrari firmly within Harter's sights. And Miatini as well, despite losing 3 positions, he is certainly hanging on to those positions that he lost. He too only half a second behind Harter that we're on board with. Goes the car ahead, kicks up some dust. That's Garby, unforced error there from Garby. And there is a blue flag still just ahead of him as well. He gets through very nicely there at the bottom of the corkscrew. That is, yeah, well played by the blue flag. Oh, Van Hoorn and Burakovsky are close down in 15th position. We'll take a quick look at that. Longden and Jones as well. As oh, Munich, de Munich, he was leading in the arms. So de Munich, leading in the arms, makes it out of the corkscrew, heading down to 10 and 11. Oh, and the back of the car's just let go on him. Wow, a millisecond too early on the accelerator, and that has seen Mark de Munich now down to 17th position. And the ARM Championship leaders now find themselves with some very clear track. Consistency is key, and in 15 minutes, Alexandre Larocque has not put a foot wrong. The rest of the ARMs around him have put a minor foot wrong, and they're in fact back in the lead. So that 11-point lead was looking like it might get cut to 7 points. It is now going to be extended if they can bring this one home. Long way to go, of course. We're only 15 minutes in, a lot going on for the opening 15 minutes. Let's jump up and see what the pros are doing, because Terence Keenan fancies himself a podium spot. Horman and Keenan, 2 of the drivers that are doing this solo. So this will be a fascinating battle between the 2 of them. I'm just going to double check. I'm sure it is a 65 minute stint time, and it is indeed. So I'd imagine we'll see the drivers just run 1 hour stints, unless we see some kind of drastic change in the weather. And you can see the difference again there between qualifying and the race. He was clearly nowhere near that sausage curb. Well, he was very near to it, but no place, no part of the tyre on the sausage as it was in qualifying. Take 5 to 10% off your qualifying pace, and yeah, that should see you do well if you can do that consistently. And Keenan certainly managed to do extra bit of steering required there. I believe the technical term for that is called gathering up the car. Yep, Code Brown would certainly be another accurate description. Nachira, ooh, I was going to say it's slightly later on the brakes there for Keenan versus Horman. The 2 different cars braking at different points. Horman with a good breakaway though. Nachira certainly still breaking away as well with a 2.2 second gap now. Becca looking for an overtake should one become available. Let's see where Becca is. So Garby still down at 3 positions, and it might even be 4, because look at Becca for Vesta Sport. Not sure why their Vesta Sport livery hasn't worked, but finds himself very close indeed. Oh, and the Honda missing the apex on the inside. That's really going to compromise the exit speed. Shouldn't be too much of an issue along this part of the course, but oh, and he does get a good run through turn number 6. Absolutely needed that to get into the corkscrew nice and clear. Such a tricky braking point over that little hump. It's not so much the corkscrew that's the massive issue, it's the braking zone over that hump. It's one of those, I imagine, that gives you the zero G feeling in your stomach as you come over there, especially if you've just jumped on the brakes. Oh, the Honda monkey see, monkey do though. Becca is so locked in on the car ahead, follows Garby off track. That might be enough to save Garby from being overtaken at the turn at number 1, and it has indeed then. Now you need to really drive the track and not the car. Not the car ahead, sorry. And yeah, Becca just following Garby off. So Garby saved by that one. Keenan still pushing on the back bumper of Hajo Horman. The two of their lap times over the past couple of laps, absolutely inseparable. Down at the back of the grid though, Casper Duvalloy for Gazelle Motorsport has been into the pits, got some damage repaired, and is now down at the back of the grid. 41 seconds down though, so not that far in the grand scheme of things, and quite a few laps to go, as well as quite a few pit stops. And that is a good corner there. Will be awkward getting through the blue flag, trying to unlap yourself, but again, as I mentioned, the blue flag interaction, absolutely vital skill set for drivers racing longer than an hour and a half. DT racing in 23rd with Tom Brunel up one position. Mickey Taylor and Marco Vergao making good progress back through the field. Vergao with a big gap back to Taylor, but the two of them down at the start. Vergao is carrying a bit of damage, so maybe down 2 spots, but I think we'll see some much quicker laps once that car is repaired. Doesn't look to be enough damage to come in. It's worth sacrificing an early pit stop, with there only being 4 hours and a 65-minute stint time, or that extra 5 minutes you could start banking towards the last hour to shorten it. It really is fairly heavily negated, given it being such a short lap. You're going to save yourself, what, about 15 minutes off your last stint. Better just go for straight 1 hours. And that's what we'll see them do, but certainly Vergao chasing 5th in the arms, just behind Davison. Daniel Duarte, who started from the pits. So it is down 4 positions, but again started from the pits, so it is theoretically back up 6 spots. And got the Gazelle car of Mark de Munich, who is down 6 himself, was on the podium, in fact leading in the arms. Bit of a mistake with that sausage curb, and they now find themselves 4th place in the arms, 17th overall. They certainly got Duarte in the pros right behind them. Duarte looking for the move into turn at number 6, not quite close enough. The BMW and the Mustang. Oh, and de Munich's hit another sausage curb, and it's sent him off into the gravel again, and that is another overall position lost. And that is Davison directly behind them, with Vergao directly behind. They're chasing down a 4th spot. Good to see. Making a strong comeback after a difficult start. Sticking in there. Love to see it with Hayden Harter. Got a bigger gap back to Caccini now, and Miatini has got the overtake, so back up a position. Oh, we do have a yellow flag actually for Harter, I believe. Let's have a look and see here. Oh, is this a sausage curb in turn 6? Oh no, just doesn't quite get the car turning up, carrying a little touch too much momentum through the corner, runs wide, and that is positions lost. Miatini finds himself with positions gained. Becca finds himself with a very close look at the back of Melker Garby's Honda. Oh, Chris Jones with the yellow flag. Oh, Jones completely round the wrong way. Let's see what's happened here. Oh, and again, turn 6. Oh, that's really bitten badly there. Didn't go too far into the gravel, but just too much on the loud pedal. Back onto the tarmac. That's caused a massive difference in the rotational speed of the wheels on the car. And yeah, that's led to Chris Jones facing the wrong way and losing himself some positions. Burakovsky now up 8 spots on the start for Fuchsia Competizione. I don't know why I'm sounding surprised. Very, very, very quick drivers. So yeah, avoiding any issues in the opening few laps and up 8 spots. Miatini down 2 overall. Melker Garby once again leading a solid train of cars. He did have about a 1.5 second gap, but they've caught back up. Becca Zakdal now right under that rear spoiler, very close there. Nachira showing the rest of the field a fairly clean pair of heels at the moment, 3.3 seconds. Over 17 laps. Oh, is Garby coming under increasing amounts of pressure now with the last corner. This might be all she wrote for Garby in the Honda, and it is indeed. As they get to turn at number 1, it's going to be Beckett that's got the inside line. Garby's going to have it all to do. Oh, and they've made contact through turn 1. Garby just finding his way back onto the track. This could play right into the hands of Alex Zakdal in the Lambo. Zakdal backing right out of it, and so too does Garby in the end, and it is Becca that takes 5th position. Good drive by the Vestasport team in the Honda with slightly warmer tyres after that contact, losing it slightly out of turn number 3 and into 4. Oh, sideways again on the exit. Does hold on to it, but it's unlikely, I think, to hold on to this position from Alex Zakdal in the Lambo. He really is absolutely flying. He's got so much more pace in the Honda at the minute. Garby maybe slightly rattled. Just needs to let the heart rate calm down. Almost losing the car twice. It will certainly get that adrenaline pumping, especially around the track like Laguna Seca. Tight, twisty and very unforgiving off-track excursions. Really throwing it down through the corkscrew once again. Alex Zakdal, you can smell blood in the water, and Becky, you can see getting a good breakaway. So, and again, the back of the Honda really not looking happy under the guidance of Garby at the moment. Out of the final turn, gets a good exit there though. Very good exit, the Honda. Yep, no, we've had a bit of a wiggle in the corners, but on the straights, I am still the king around here. No Lexus in the race. So yeah, I think the Honda. Oh no, just as I say that, as we get into the Andretti hairpin, he runs it deep. Does manage to hold it, but that's half the gap back up again. And speaking of half in the gap, Terence Keenan on Hajo Horman. This a permanent fixture. Oh, Burakovsky with a yellow flag. Sorry, we're jumping about the field here quite wildly, but Burakovsky with a yellow flag. In fact, we've got 2 registered here. He's just retaken a position. Slight moment there. Oh, we're going to see a turn 4 sausage incident. Yes, we are. So yeah, turn 4. Burakovsky just finding himself off track, and that's the Advisor car. Oh, and the Advisor car is now facing the wrong way. We'll get a look at that in a second. We'll see what happened to Burakovsky after that. So he did lose the position. Oh, and then he had another moment there through 9. Oh, and again the sausage curve. That is how close such a knife is some of these drivers run their race laps at. And Burakovsky just having himself a moment. And then it is Fabian Karner. So let's see, that's out Andretti hairpin. So into turn number 3. And it looks like the killer sausage curves have been... Oh, nope. Never mind killer sausage curves. Lift off oversteer on the way to the corner. Yeah, not a mistake you see often. Terence Keenan, no mistakes from him or Horman up at the front, neither any from Alexandra Larocque. Another one of the TSC cars, the Project D car, leading the way in the ARM Championship and leading the way in the ARM race here with 3.5 hours left to go. Larocque, no foot wrong so far. finds himself with a very clear rear view mirror, which you can probably see better from inside the car. There we go. Outside touch the grass. Okay. The outside touch the grass. Okay, so yeah, update there, car 934. It was a touch of the grass for Fabian Carner. And that's what sent him spinning on the way in. Yeah. Sort out the audio and draft issues. Excellent. But Larocque, yeah. Great drive by him, and he's got Kucha just ahead of him, just outside the overall top 10. Will not care to drop because he's got a 7-second lead back to Nigel Longdon. One of the drivers, much like Jones, driving it. Driving the race on his own, and the two of them on the podium in the arms again. Or these two have been involved in a couple of little overtakes. Oh, Duarte. Oh, Burakovsky with another yellow flag. Duarte getting another overtake done, and Burakovsky, oh wow, last corner. Oh, and that is an interesting, I mean, yeah, lots of light flash in there. That was an interesting one. That's why I'm glad I'm not a steward. Let's see. It says here accident for Burakovsky. So flying up through the field after starting at the back of the grid. And now finds himself tumbling back down. He's collected a couple of sausage curves. This is going into the last corner. The Astro team had big contact into the back of the Astro car. Burakovsky facing the wrong way. Oh, one of the MT cars now finds himself off track. Oh, it's Vergao. Oh, Vergao was making absolute moves after picking up a bit of damage. Oh, and he's been collected by the wayward Burakovsky as he struggled to control the car. Such bad luck. Oh, and there's been another collection between the two of them. Burakovsky taking one in the rear end this time. Fabian Carner just touching into the back of him in the Porsche. A difficult couple of laps for these cars down the field. The damage really catching him out, and Fabian Carner finds himself with a contact. Drew Burakovsky and not Mad de Munich, he's now breaking away from this, but Vergao, he now finds himself, yep, he's coming into the pits, 30 minutes gone, he's got some damage here and there, and yeah, I'd imagine that was to adjust his pit strategy, although, unless he's in pit box 1, but yeah, he's just adjusted his strategy. There's a lot of contacts there, down through the field, and no, that doesn't actually quite show it. And that's actually the race leader as well that was going through there. So Nachira, I'm sure, head on an absolute swivel as that was going on. And there is Castorino and Seca, so he wasn't far behind going through that as well. In fact, the 934 just behind. Horman and Keenan still third and fourth respectively. Keenan still only 6/10 behind. The Lamborghini absolutely moving. We'll get some front wheels. Apologies for the jumping out of the cameras. We're having a bit of input lag on the software at the minute. Terms Keith, certainly no input lag in his driving at the minute. Horman ahead of him. They have been absolutely matched lap for lap. They've got a DT car just ahead of them. Duarte has come into the pits. Oh no, sorry, he started in the pits. My apologies, he started in the pits. Duvaloy, Taylor and Vergao. Vergao's still in the pits, unfortunately. And that is another engine I hear very close by, I believe. Has Becky just lost a spot? Yes, he has. No. My apologies, sorry. I'm getting this. Yeah, no, it was another car. That was another car correcting themselves on the final corner. There we go. Yeah, let's at least try and keep up, eh? That is Nachira still on the stream. We'll get the live action back momentarily. We have had another couple of incidents. Oh yeah, that's the Vergau one. He's been in and out of the pits. Showing some good pace, so definitely still got plenty of time to make back quite a few positions for Vergau. Well, that is Duvalloy 22nd, blue flagging, so it is going to be a long way. It was a long pit stop. As Duvalloy just runs himself off track out of turn number 9. Gilchrist and Brunel are close as well. In fact, they've got a couple of blue flags around them. But Brunel is going to find himself down a position as the Lamborghini of... sorry, that's Garvey in the Honda. Garvey in the Honda. He's now in 7th place actually. Zachtal's ahead of him. Garvey now down 5. Always happens. As soon as you look at one end of the field, up at the other end, or at the other end, we suddenly start getting overtakes, but that is Garvey down another position overall. Castorino's in the lead. Castorino. Oh no, sorry, my goodness me, what am I talking about? Where has Castorino gone? Something is... no, he's not. Something very strange has just happened on the timing tower. Not only that, the Vesta Sport car... Oh my goodness me, they've been disconnected from the server. Burakovsky facing the wrong way. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. He's just jumped back to the pits. Not been a good day. It started off so promisingly for the Fuchsia team. That is incredibly bad luck. The championship leaders are out of the race. Terence Keenan and FR. Oh, the back of the car just let go there. Terence Keenan is leading the championship. P2 has been disconnected from the server. The Vesta Sport car has been disconnected from the server. We've only got 23 cars out on track. I think it might soon be 22, but yeah, the car in P2, Vesta Sport Championship leaders have been disconnected from the server. It does not get any crueler than that. Yeah, I'm just having a look to see in the chat. We'll see. They could well join back in. They'll be at least a couple of laps down now, though. Oh, so cruel. So cruel. We're still watching the battle for between Horman and Keenan, but it's now for the final 2 spots on the podium. Mattia Nachira has now got a 17-second gap over the rest of the field. The fastest lap of a 1 minute 22.4. It does say they're 0.5. I'm not sure which one of my towers is correct, unfortunately. So we will move on and move back to this battle here. And in fact, Hayden Harter as well. It's still in close proximity to Miatini, but he is now once again behind Miatini, who's made back that spot. Garvey losing the time, handover fist to Zachtal as well. Karl Van Hoorn in a battle with De Munich. Van Hoorn up 4 spots, De Munich down 3 overall now. With the way everything is shaped out, he would have been inside the top 10 for that interaction with the sausage gear. In fact, 2. But Dominic showing some good pace in the recovery at the moment. Barhoon with no carrying a bit of damage. Wrong one. Bit of a wiggle on the exit. But the Astro car. Oh yeah, losing it big time there to the BMW on that corner exit. Nope, there we go. Oh, Hayden Harter looking for the overtake then. Himself and Miatini going side by side on the exit of turn number 4. Both cars having a wiggle on the exit. Sorry, this is into turn number 4. Oh, look how much quicker the Aston is on the way in. Right on the ragged edge of those tyres. 30-degree track temperature. They are going to be nice and warm for these engagements. And with it being basically a 1 hour sprint and a 65-minute stint timer, some of the teams might go close to 65, but they probably are just going to run the cars for an hour, keep the pit stops nice and consistent, and of course save on the amount of time they're stationary putting fuel in the car. Although now that I'm saying that, yeah, no, it might be a bit too long at double stint the tyres, but yeah, we might see some teams crazy enough to do so. More cars coming into the pits. Burakovsky still in there. Castorino making his way out of the pits, has rejoined. So they are back in the session. It's taken them a few moments to reconnect, but there is our P2 runner. It's put them 4 laps down on the race leader. Oh, and they've been caught up straight away on the way to turn number 5. And they've spun again trying to right the car as one of the Lambos goes through. And here comes more race leaders as well. Yeah, there comes Fabian Carner's car and Castorino. That is a nightmare start to the stint, back out of the pits. So yeah, they've got the DT car just ahead of them. Oh, how much more unlucky can you get? The car on the inside smashes the sausage curb and yeah, turns sideways and collects you. But full credit to Castorina and the Vestasport team. They're reconnected and they may be a fair bit down. Oh, speaking of a fair bit down, Terence Keenan no longer behind Hajo Horman, is behind Luca Becca, who is up to 3rd place overall. Let's jump on board here into the corkscrew. Opens up the corner hugely there. It's going to get a much quicker exit than the Ferraris. We can see that play out in the turn at number 10 on, just a bit close there. That's put them slightly off pace, and look at Becky destroy the gap. And in fact, was that an overtake of the inside of the pit lane? This won't actually show because they are behind. So that's it with turn number 3, and at turn number 4, inside sausage curb. And Terence Keenan hunting down 2nd position, now finds himself hunting the track limits. And that sausage, turn number 4, it's been an absolute war zone for the drivers so far today, whether they're escaping on the outside or smashing into that sausage on the inside, and then finding themselves on the outside of the track. On the left hand side, it's seen taking quite a few victims so far in the race. Horman no longer being hunted down by Keenan in the Lambo. It's now Becca and the fellow Ferrari. 3 Ferraris leading the way. You absolutely love to see it. Zakdal now with it all to do to catch back up. Melker Garby 3.3 seconds down on Zakdal, with Miatini ahead of Hayden Harter still, with a 1.7 second gap. Harter's teammate La 'r' Rocque, though, still leading the way in the arms. 3.3 seconds down on Zakdal, with Miatini ahead of Hayden Harter still, with a 1.7 second gap. Harter's teammate La 'r' Rocque, though, still leading the way in the arms. 3.3 seconds down on Zakdal, with Miatini ahead of Hayden Harter still, with a 1.7 second gap. Harter's teammate La 'r' Rocque, though, still leading the way in the An absolutely solid opening stint for the TSC Project D car. Nigel Longden hanging on to 11th place and 2nd overall. Duarte started from the pits and is now up 2 places overall on where they qualified. So that is quite the return. Chris Jones in 3rd place in the arms ahead of one-time ARM leader De Munich, but De Munich is closing that gap and can now see Jones ahead. So it was quite a tumble down the order after the incident, but De Munich is showing some incredible pace and is very much closing in on the ARM podium. Becca still staying close as well. We've got a driver swap. Alex Bancroft Turner out for DT Racing. It's one of the first swaps that we've seen so far. There goes the Lamborghini of Zakdal. Begwithin 7/10. Let's watch some of Mattea Nachira as we'll have a quick run down of the order. Been off and running, had absolutely no camera time so far, given the laps that they've been putting in. But R&M flat out, so let's get that wheel there. Going to be bringing home some good points if they keep up this pace up at the front. Horman and Becca still battling for those final 2 podium positions, as we are about 15 minutes away before a lot of cars coming into the pits. Keenan now in, as we've seen, in 4th position with Zakdal in 5th. Garby, Miatini, Harter and Kucha all in the pros. All the way up to 9th, and then it is Larocque in the arms inside the top 10 with Longden in 11th place overall. Now 8.8 seconds down. It's certainly going to be close between Jones and De Munich when they come out of the pits. That's going to be a fascinating one. De Munich certainly showing pace to get back onto the podium, with Van Hoorn actually just behind. So in fact, let's have a look at that one. As we can see, the Astro Racing Pro driver just behind the ARM podium protagonist, Fabian Karner. On a lucky touch of the grass at the turn at number 3, 16th place overall for Karner, who's, exactly where they started. So no loss for the team, but certainly no gains in the opening stint. Just keep it consistent all the way to the end. Castorino already looking very quick down at the back of the field. Of course, was in 2nd place, just done a couple of low 22s, and incredibly unlucky with the contact just after they reconnected. A car on their inside clipped the sausage curb, flew through the air and collected them. The absolute definition of bad luck for Castorino and the team, but they're most certainly still in the hunt for the championship. It does mean it's going to be a very close end. I did say they needed to finish no worse than 9th in the closing 2 races, and it certainly didn't seem like much of a tall order. Their worst finish so far is a 6th, and they've won 3 of the races, but putting them down in 24th. They're going to score 37 points. The race leaders get 105, and at the moment they have a 69 point gap to 2nd place. They aren't here, 72 points back to one of the FRL teams, and then 138 back to another team. TSC really are going to be the big beneficiaries here. The Phoenixian car 147 points, so the way it stands, that gap is going to drop. Harter in 8th position will bring home 70 points, so that is going to be a big turnaround there as well. So yeah, that is that disconnection really does have huge championship ramifications. And there, just to highlight how quickly Castorino's going, he set the fastest lap of the race. The sun is coming out as well, so it is getting a bit brighter out on track. That double cloud cover had it nice and grey, but the sun is popping his hat on. You can see Castorino just behind Zakdal in fifth, looking to unlap himself at 1 minute 21.4 for Castorino to take the fastest lap. So yeah, certainly showing the pedigree and pace that we were seeing in the opening. That's why they're championship leaders comfortably in second place as well. Horman not so comfortably in second place at the moment though, with Becca really continuing on from where Keenan left off after he made that mistake. Becca took second place. Keenan has now certainly been dropped off, 3.5 seconds down on the 2 cars ahead. And yeah, Becca and Horman putting on a show up at the front. I'm going to have a very quick pit stop actually, just before we get to the pit stop phase, but I will leave you on board with these two battling for the podium. Back in a moment. There we go, apologies, slightly extended break there from the comrades. The coach, Dave Delta Endurance Series, GT3 Endurance 2024 Formula Racing League, the hosts of course. And it is R&M flat out still leading the way. Championship leaders cruelly disconnected from the server in second place. Find themselves now down in 23rd, 4 laps down on the leaders, and also picking up a 5-second penalty as well. The stewards have been busy in my absence. Burakovsky picking up 15 seconds with Vergao picking up 10. Mickey Taylor picking up a yellow flag there. His teammate Vergao with 10 seconds worth of penalties. Chris Jones and Fabian Karner both receiving 5 seconds as well to serve at those soon to be served pit stops. Duvaloy has been into the pits, so we'll be looking to gain a few positions shortly as the rest of the field start to come in. Still leading the way in the arms, Alexandra Larocque. It has been an incredibly consistent opening session for Larocque in the TSC car, and they're looking very good indeed. Got teammate Chase Gordon waiting in the wing, so we'll see if it's a double stint each or if they swap over. That'll be interesting, a little one to keep an eye on, see who does what. Oh, Becca, wow, what a save. That is an absolutely incredible save. Be under no illusions whatsoever. Let's get helmet cam on this, in fact, just to see how much extra steering. Hopefully we get to see. Had a look up the inside. Oh, and I don't think the replay is going to go back far enough. Of course it isn't. Oh yeah, there we go. Wow. Yeah, as a Ferrari driver, anyone that's driven that Ferrari or driven ACC, you know exactly how good a save that was. Loses little to no time to the car ahead as well. That might be play of the day. Melker Garby. Oh, and that's not play of the day there. Garby coming in for a pit stop, hits the wall on the way in. It is a treacherous pit entry. Into the last corner. Oh, ever so slightly sideways. Oh, so it was slowed down enough. Also, didn't quite hit the wall. My apologies. Didn't quite hit the wall, but didn't have enough input on the steering on the way in, and that's going to cost Garby a fair bit of time. That is going to cost Garby a fair bit of time to teams that do get that pit entrance nice and clean. I did see a race. Oh, and that is a big wiggle. Look at Becca. Absolutely no fear whatsoever with these track limits and sausage curves as Zakdal comes into the pits almost bang on the 1 hour mark. Keenan, sorry, my apologies. Keenan comes in. Zakdal has stayed out. Becca, yeah, all but staying out with the back of Horman's car. So close. That Ferrari really on the ragged edge for the Vesta car. Third place they've got, their teammates down in 23rd position with the fastest lap. Mickey Taylor into the pits. Keenan, as you would expect, tumbling down the order with the field still being so close. The track conditions have stayed exactly the same, just a bit more light shining down. 3 o'clock local time. So yeah, almost bang on. British time they are racing at the moment, but those 30 degrees is certainly a bit of a difference to what you would see at Brands Hatch. Not much of a difference as far as the racing goes, and the pit entrances, both tracks tight twisty with a decent amount of elevation change to keep the drivers on their toes. And yeah, pretty tricky pit entrances, a very tight chicane on the way into Brands Hatch and a very tight left turn on the way into the pit lane here. And it's yeah, caught out one of the top 5 drivers. We'll see what damage that has done. Zakdal does come in to the pits. Much more successful turn there. That's how it should be done. And that, yeah, genuinely was a long time. And there, yeah, so Thomas Nopek has taken over in the Honda. Wow. Yeah, quite a lot of calculations going on there, but that is Nopek out behind the wheel of the Honda. And after that really costly pit entrance, 6 seconds has been lost to Terence Keenan. Wow, that's a big gap. Tom Brunel making his way out of the pits after his first pit stop. Well, it's a slightly longer one. Maybe trying to extend the second stint out ever so slightly. These two all followed one another straight into the pits. Of course they have. Absolutely inseparable on track. Becca with slow entrance but flashing the lights there. Oh, 2 wheels on the gravel. They're on the limits even on the exit to the corner into the pit lane. While inside the pit lane, Matteo Nachira, race leader, staying out, so is looking for that 1 hour 5 minute stint. Yeah, so could be looking at potentially a 45, 47 minute final stint, so a slightly shorter final pit stop. I don't think we're going to see them try and double stint tyres. It's still going to be, yeah, far too long, I would say, and not worth the risk, quite frankly, given the position that they've got themselves in. Hayden Harter and teammate Alexander Larocque now both running inside the top 5. No opening pit stop for them so far, as Nigel Longdon comes in to the pits from he's already down into 9th position. Hajo Horman on his way out. Driving this one solo, of course. Pierre Ferrari taking the wheel for Vesta Sport. He is still behind. He's taken over for Becca. They are, I believe... Oh no, they've just overtaken Horman. Horman's been involved in an incident coming out of the pits. What's going on there? So Hajo Horman, Becca as well by... Oh, and on the way in. Wow, turn number 4 again, but a mistake we've not seen so far. And that is Hajo Horman on the way into the corner. Harter, Miatini and Larocque all in the pits, and the Chira into the pits as well. And that's as close to 1 hour and 5 as he could get. So yeah, it is looking to extend those stints. It will be a shorter pit stop and then for the final stop. Yeah, maximising their time out on track, and why not Nachira carving his way through the track and cutting his way through the laps. Castorino is going to be out for a little while, still 4 laps down. Oh, speeding in the pit lane, Besselink for Astro. They've picked up a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. Lost some positions and gained them back again to get back to where they started after picking up some damage. And now Besselink with a stop go 32nd. There is Andrea Alfonsi taking the wheel for R&M flat out. Will get back out in the lead of the race as Terence Keenan in 2nd place now. ahead of Benjamin Eck in third. It is then, look at Becca. Oh, is that a car running wide? It is. Hajo Horman runs wide. So Horman's run wide, and Ferrari has done what Becca couldn't. Oh, and another car running wide out of the last corner as well. They're really not getting these tyres back into the window as quickly as they'd like, and Horman now finds himself down a position in Ferrari, as I say, getting done what Becca couldn't, and that is Vestascore up into 4th place. Yeah, good drive. Benjamin Eck up into 3rd, and Terence Keenan up into 2nd. That is not where he expected to be when he came out of the pits, that is for sure. So a very quick pit stop for Terence Keenan, and he finds himself up into 2nd place. Hajo Horman down 1 spot overall. Thomas Nopek out for Formula Racing League. That Honda still down in net 4 positions. And he's got David Macaretta for TSE. They're up 3 spots overall, and he is no slouch behind the wheel of this Aston Martin. And we can see he is closing in on the Honda. He's got a blue flag he could potentially use to his advantage as well. Oh, Cody Bestling with a yellow flag there, down in 17th. Miso Stubna for the Kermit Motorsport. Apologies, they've actually not had a mention at all so far. My apologies to the Kermit team. 9th place they're in at the minute, up 6 position. Up 6 positions, so yeah, the very definition of keeping your head down, getting those consistent laps in, and yeah, making up some good spots to get themselves into the top 10. In the arms, it's Chase Gordon has taken over, and to take the lead in the arms, Longden and Duvaloy in 2nd and 3rd place. Just looking for yeah, it's Keita Lars, the other Gazelle car. He's taken over for De Munich. Still in 5th place, so a good comeback drive. They definitely lost it. They've lost 4 spots overall. But with the pace they've got, they're certainly capable of catching back up to the podium. It's going to be a grandstand finish for the arms in the podium. Going to be a bit of a grandstand finish in the pros as well. Afonso with a convincing 27-second gap now. So with drivers behind having varying success through the pits, Alfonso and the team now find themselves with a 28-second gap back. Terence Keenan in 2nd place with the quickest, almost the quickest pit stop, sorry. Benjamin Eck matching him for pit times, and that's seen these two up to 2nd and 3rd, with Vestascore up again into 4th position. Their other car, of course, disconnecting. Hajo Horman down into 5th, still ahead of Thomas Nopek though. David Macaretta could certainly have something to say about that, although that gap has stretched to 3 seconds. We'll see how well that plays out for them, as Daniel Duarte started from the pits, but still finds himself up 1 position on where he started. So great comeback, 11 positions from the pit start. So yeah, there's been a whole lot of action going on, and it looks like there's going to be a bit more very soon. Now he's got Duvaloy just ahead of him in the arm, so looking to split the arm podium. Not something Duvaloy will be overly keen on, as you can see 2nd place Nigel Longden just ahead of him. There goes Longden through turn 6. So that is what Duvaloy is facing at the moment. do love these front right wheel cameras. Horman now right on the back of Ferrari, so that's it. Vesta and QRT once again within half a second of one another, but it is Ferrari ahead. Two FRL cars and the RNM flat out still up there. Chris Jones got the penalty after his pit stop, and there is Steward making up the spot on Duvalloy. Oh, of course, hadn't taken his pit stop yet, the last car to do so. Ah, of course, must have had an earlier pit stop than that. Let me just check. Oh no, that is, sorry, we've got, let's get some moving car. No, that is their first pit stop. No, I think that's going to change in a second. Yeah, Jamie Edwards has been in twice. Sorry, just again, we're having some slight input lag with the broadcast software. But we do seem to be up and running again. And yeah, Alfonsi's still running very well out at the front. Keenan got himself a nice 3-second gap back to Egg, but it is only 3 seconds. It's definitely moving in Egg's favour. Hajo Horman looking to make an impression once again inside the top 5. Macaretta makes his way past Tom Brunel, who's running 6th position at the minute in the AMS. We've got Pareto out behind the wheel of the fastest car on track, still down in 23rd position after that server disconnect. Emmanuelson closing in on Craig Luer in the DT Racing team down the field as well. The AMS dueling it all. Luer got a fair bit of damage on the front of that car though. Let's get back on with Hajo Horman, who's been overtaken by Thomas Nopek. Oh, looking for a move up the inside on the way out of turn number 2. Very nicely. Good attempt there. Oh, and wheel on, I'm going to guess that's a wheel on the outside grass. Same as happened. Yeah, we don't often use chase cam, I think it could be relevant here. Yeah, exactly that. A wheel, 2 wheels on, the left-hand wheels on the gravel outside the curb in there, and that sees Horman facing the wrong way and being unlapped by Pareto as well, I believe. That is indeed, yeah, Pareto Vesta Sport up to 22nd from 23rd after reconnecting. Now fairly healthily once again involved in the top 5 battle, not the way they expected it to be though. Pierre Ferrari still breaking away. There's Hajo Horman, who we are looking for. And he's got Keita Lars, one-time AM leader, now just ahead of them in 14th position, so that'll be a blue flag for Horman to deal with. Beautifully done by Keita Lars. Nopek pretty much gifted that position, and not want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Is off and running. He's going to leave these two to battle behind him. Certainly mission number 1 for Ferrari. Sorry, that's not Ferrari. because yeah, when was he overtaken? But yeah, Thomas Knopek is now chasing down Ferrari, who's getting a good bit of slipstream from one of the Podium. Chris Jones, he's got a 5-second penalty to serve in his next pit stop. See Ferrari on the overall podium, so third in the pros and third in the arms. Jones staying over to the right. Oh, has a bit of a wiggle on the exit. But does let his fellow podium sitter run on through. So it is Alfonsi leading the way after the first round of pit stops. Terence Keenan in second place for FRL, and it's FRL on the final podium spot as well. The two Lamborghinis getting one over on the Ferrari. There was 3 Ferraris in the top 3. We've now got one Rari and 2 Lambos. Pierre Ferrari in the Ferrari in 4th place, with Knopek in the Honda for FRL in 5th position. Then it's QRT in 6th place, with TSE up in the 7th position. Tirone Ferrari then flat out in 8th place. So 2 cars in the top 10, not bad going at all. Miso Stibna, the Kermit Motorsport car, up 6 positions. So a great start for them. And the biggest gain in the top 10 so far in the race. So phenomenal start from them. Chase Gordon is still leading the way in the arms. Took over about 18 minutes ago and has had a solid stint so far. Even gaining a bit of time on Nigel Longdon in 2nd place. He's 11th overall. So great drive by the top 2 arms. Daniel Duarte starting from the pits, and he is splitting the arm podium at the minute. He's had a net gain of 2 positions from where he started, from where he qualified. But he did start from the pits, so yeah, a decent showing to say the least so far. And it is the final spot in the arm podium that is behind him. Chris Jones, one of our brave solo drivers. Yeah, 4 hours is nothing to some of these drivers. Keita Lars, one-time leader. Oh, Benjamin Egg with the yellow flag. So you're just coming up behind the MT car. Very quickly and safely past. Oh, and then throws it onto the sausage curve anyway. And finds himself off track. You cannot afford to do that too often. Terence Keenan certainly won't be sad. And Pierre Ferrari will find that gap now close ever so slightly. That's it down to 8 seconds. Not bad going. In this stint. X certainly going to lose more time if he does that again. Macaretta is losing a bit more time to Horman as well. So Horman, one-time 3rd place and 2nd in fact, now finds himself in 6th, so down 2 positions from where he started in the QRT car. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go still. The track has stayed exactly the same as well. It's been a solid 30 degrees with no wind for the drivers to contend with either. So yeah, not much variance in the tyres, it's just what you do to them out on track. Jan Barth out behind the wheel for the Advisor car. They are running exactly where they started, much like Jamie Edwards in MT Motorsports. They've made back a couple of positions that they lost early doors. But yeah, back where they started, 20th overall, 7th in the arms, so a good showing from them so far. Their teammate Jim Emanuelson still carrying a bit of damage, but just behind them, a lap down as well. Rafael Preto, of course, the best of sport car, in 2nd, got disconnected, reconnected in 23rd. 5 laps down on the race leader, but they are the championship leaders. And that 69-point gap, I did say it wasn't the biggest of gaps. They still need to finish in the top 9 in the last 2 races, and that would negate any other car finishing first in those 2 races. Even with the fastest laps, they would still bring home the championship by 4 points with a 9th place. 22nd gives them a 60-point deficit to whoever finishes in first place. Yep, exactly. That is that gap all but gone. And FRL are one of those teams within 72 points they are behind. So yeah, that turnaround is going to massively work in their favours. Benjamin Eck now 6 seconds down. Ferrari 7.9, so he is going slightly quicker. Is making some slight inroads. Good to see. Daniel Duarte still moving quicker than Longden ahead. So he's looking to get himself between another 2 steps of the Podium. You can see just how close it is. I did say this was a battle that was going to continue for the race. It was a battle brewing and one that will continue. And yeah, as we jump on board with Nigel Longden, which camera do we like on this car? There we go. Go off the beautiful colour gradient there on Longden's machine. It is the top 2 in the arms that we are looking at. Championship leading TSE are leading the way and they're inside the overall top 10. No mean feat in this field of cars, that is for sure. We're 30 minutes away from the halfway mark. Longden driving this one solo. Chris Jones also driving it solo. Of course, Gordon does have a teammate, so we'll see if that has any bearing on the outcome of the race. Certainly different teammates are going to have a different pace, but at the moment they're both running very consistently and quickly. Longden in the 123s, couple of 24-0, 24-0 Chase Gordon his last 2 laps, so yeah, very, very consistent. Longden does have the slightest of upper hands in the pace category at the minute, but Gordon managing it perfectly as we go. Alfonsi as well up at the front, he's just put in another very quick lap. Oh no, sorry, my apologies, no, a 23.7, that is quite slow for him actually. Some traffic to deal with. Yep, he did, he's just got through one car, he's got another couple of cars just ahead of him. One of them is Stubna in the Aston, so that is how quickly the R&M team are going up at the front. They're ready to go a lap up on cars inside the top 10. That is incredibly quick. Prieto still holding on to the fastest lap of the race down there in 22nd. They are certainly driving for a pride and as many points as they can bring home to hang on to the championship. 100 quid up for grabs for the championship leaders, as well as the race winning cash as well, and of course the Coach Dave Delta subscriptions, the setups and the Never Lift It coaching course included. Into the corkscrew we go, and this battle for the top spot is certainly coming into fruition. Not the best rear wing camera, but it does show just how close Gordon Longden is. Not only that, Duarte is getting closer as well, so his Mustang is going to be on the rear spoilers of these two sooner rather than later, given how close they're getting to one another. Good exit by Gordon, looking to move over early and break the slipstream. There's no point in spending too much effort or exerting too much effort into breaking the slipstream. You just end up slowing yourself down, and that's exactly what Gordon has done. He's kept it on the racing line, and that's a good exit he's got there, very good exit he's got there, and out of turn number 2 and into 3, turn 4. The race killer so far. 1, 2, 3, all 3 of them do make it through. That BMW does look I mean, I can't decide which car looks meaner. Is it the BMW or is it the Mustang that keeps popping out as well? Gordon absolutely fully focused on what is in front of him. So yeah, he does have those cars behind him, but he knows if he keeps it on the racing line and holds track position, it's not going to be easy for the cars behind to get those overtakes done. No blue flag implications here either. Although we are closing in on a blue flag car ahead. This could be... yeah, could certainly be an interesting one. As I have mentioned several times already. Yeah, your interactions with the blue flag traffic absolutely vital in these races. So we'll see how these three get on. We've got Mean Man Moody, Good Luck Tom Brunel, and we've got Maurizio Messina, Forza RFE, Super Mega. Oh wow, goodness me. I will sound that one out first before I read it out again. I jumped in a bit quick there. Oh, Super Mega Team. And that just proves that adults really do complicate things. Yes, Super Mega Team. Of course it says that. Welcome in, Mean Man Moody. Hopefully not too mean today. It is Saturday, we're allowed the weekends off. And Maurizio Messina, welcome in as well. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday. We're certainly enjoying the racing that we've got going on in the penultimate round of FRL's Coach Dave Delta GT3 Endurance Series 2024. Chase Gordon. I hope he likes to get involved in overtaking action, because that's exactly... or get involved in full-blooded racing, because that's certainly what is coming his way. Duarte and Longden now both firmly knocking, and I tell you, into that last corner, the BMW looking very good on the brakes, maybe a bit too good though, because the Mustang gets himself a very good exit. That lets the Aston sneak away as Duarte sneaks into the slipstream of Longden. Through turn 1 we go, and it is a clear braking zone for Gordon ahead. Oh, look how quick Duarte is through that corner. Corner exit speed is absolutely king in your racing endeavours, and Duarte has got it dialed in. Ooh, although not quite there. Didn't quite use all of the track. I had a bit of a moment on the exit, the back tyres threatening to let go. Duarte ragdolling him straight back into check again though. Wow, Alfonsi. Not got the fastest lap of the race, but certainly is moving quicker than Keenan and Eck ahead. And in fact, Eck moving quicker than Keenan, that gap down to 4.8 seconds. Yeah, Daniel Duarte has been into the pits twice, so too is Cody Besselink. I did think that was going to change. No, sorry, Duarte been in once. It was another car I was looking at as well. Of course, he started at the pits, that's why he says he's on 2 pit stops. Oh. But yeah, certainly Longden looking for the... oh, the race leading the arms. That's 2 wheels on the gravel. That really is going to close up the gap. The Mustang doesn't open up the corner as wide as I thought he would. Does get a better exit out of turn number 3 than he did before. Oh, in the back of it. Wow. Right on the edge. And so too Thomas Nopek on the edge of... oh, now he's actually spun the car ahead. Oh, there's certainly been contact there. Pierre Ferrari. Right, let's have a look at this one then. So through turn number 1, the Honda really closing the gap. Sends one up the inside. Doesn't get fully alongside though. Not a lot of room left on the inside either. But certainly, given the position, it definitely looked like that was Ferrari's corner to take. An interesting camera angle to use during the race. I think that'll give us a good look at what just happened. Yeah, so maybe a bit keen there by Nopec. But we'll let the judges, the stewards, have a look at that one, which I'm absolutely no doubt they will. Hajo Horman now finds himself re-engaged with the Vesta Sport car, and he is closing them down. We've got the Advisor car just ahead of them in Astro. Cody Besselink in 17th, just behind. Jan Barth moves over. That's now going to throw him straight into the clutches of Besselink. These two battling out for 12th place in the pros, 16th and 17th overall. Horman, right on the back of that Ferrari ahead. Could not get any closer. These two dueling it out for 5th position now. One time on the podium for Horman. Now chasing down 5th place if he can. Benjamin Eck with about 5 seconds to make up. Sure on that. Yeah, 5.6. Let's just have a look at the lap times. 23.1, 23.0, 23.2, 22.8, 23.2, 23.1. So yeah, it's yeah, there's nothing to split the lap times between the two Formula Racing League cars, that is for sure. The track's gotten a bit dimmer as well. The double cloud cover has come out, and we've actually seen a degree change in the track temperature, so won't be hugely impactful. They've been out for a while and they'll have lost half a tank of fuel by now, at least. Yeah, Andrea Alfonso and the race leaders, the only team getting close to the... Oh no, sorry, Macaretta as well with an hour and 5 minute opening stint. And so too, both TSCE cars actually went for an hour and 5, and so did Fabian Karner, Advisor and Astro. So a few cars, my apologies, I really should have had a proper look down there, but yeah, a few of the cars going for the full hour and 5 minute stint. We'll see if they do that again for the second stint. So yeah, 36 minutes they've still got out on track. Federico Tavoni, the other RNM car, maximising their opening stint. There is Castorino and Preto, of course, disconnected from the server. Still the fastest car out on track with an impressive 121.4. We might see that start to come down as the track temperature comes down. Oh, Bancroft Turner finds himself into the wall. A couple of yellow flags for the Ferrari, for the McLaren driver actually. Yeah, looked away at the worst possible time there, but that's what happened to Bancroft Turner there. Hajo Horman still behind Pierre Ferrari, so we'll continue to watch this battle for the moment. Alfonsi still putting in the quick laps. Eck again finding a bit of time on Keenan. Keenan has been batting back the laps. The Eck is putting in, but Eck still looking to close the gap. It was up at 6.8 seconds. Ferrari. Oh, that's not the exit he was looking for. Goes full defensive as ahead up the hill. Up the slight gradient hill, then up the much steeper hill. Ferrari, yep, keeping the position along the half straight, but Horman showing some really good pace behind the slipstream. Definitely helping. Won't be helping the front tyres, of course, but certainly keeping Horman close. Excellent work again by the MT team. Been some beautiful work by the blue flags. It has to be said, it really is, again, it's an art form for all involved. As someone who's, loves watching close racing, as someone who's perpetually being blue flagged in races himself, I can tell you it is an art form. It definitely takes two to tango, and they have been dancing beautifully with one another through the race. Everyone running their own race, and Ferrari and Horman racing their own battle at the moment as well. The two Ferraris right on top of one another. You love to see it. Horman is pushing to get this position. Oh, and out of turn number 4, that could be all she wrote. And look at the pace differential. That just goes to show you how huge a difference a minor off-track excursion like that can be. And out of turn number 5, it is going to be Horman up into 5th position. He's got the outside line, and yep, slight lift there by Ferrari. He knew he was caught bang to rights, and that is Hajo Horman now ahead. Pierre Ferrari and Vestasport down into 6th place. Duarte. Oh, he's ahead. Chase Gordon is out of the lead. Chase Gordon is out of the lead. And I've no idea why. And there's nothing on the timing tower. Let's see. No, we can't. Oh no, there we go. Yellow flag for 93. Right, okay, yeah, hopefully we can grab that. Yeah, quite the lengthy replay, and hopefully it sticks. Let's watch the race leader for the moment. We'll get a replay here, I believe. I'm not sure there's been that many incidents since you lost the lead. Again, as I said before, as soon as you look at one end of the grid, there's overtaking at the other. Oh no. Yeah, the ridiculousness. It doesn't capture all the off-tracks, but it does show a yellow flag for any driver exiting the pits. Miso Stubna with the slight violation of the track limits here, still running top 10 again. The biggest gains inside the top 10, 6 places overall for Stubna in the Kermit team. They've certainly leapfrogged their way up quite a few positions. I'm sorry, I am a fully qualified dad joke practitioner, so I do get away with at least one per race. Okay, I think I've just broke that again. There we go. Terence Keenan still in the 2nd place, 4.7 seconds ahead of Benjamin Exler. The two of them are matching one another for lap times, but it is ever so slightly in X's favour at the moment. It has balanced out with that just under 5, but it was 6.8 when they came out of the pits. So that's 1.8 seconds he's found in about 40 minutes. There's similar stint times as well. Jan Barth and Cody Besselink, they have reignited their battle. Oh, Besselink off track. And I've just missed the armrest. There we go. Besselink finding himself off track here. And it's another sausage curb launch, which sees Advisor go past Astro. And Besselink, that is the most common mistake we've seen. The corner we've seen the most mistakes at is 4, but the most common mistake that we've seen is the launch the drivers, the cars get when they hit those sausage curbs. It really is, as they say, no bueno. The suspension, not a big fan. The suspension, of course, around this track not quite as stiff as it would be for certain others, given how much undulation there is. But certainly not enough given them to be getting away with moves like that. Pierre Ferrari for Vestasport finds himself, he's still in 6th position. Hajo Horman, not with the biggest of breakaways, but he's certainly broken the slipstream to the car behind, and is catching up to MT's Jim Manuelson in 21st position. I'll be hoping for a quick slingshot pass, and in fact slingshot pass. We'll forget the rundown and we'll jump on board with Daniel Duarte, the Mustang driver. Again, another decent sounding engine. He is now behind Chase Gordon, who is now 10 seconds down on Nigel Longdon. So the opening hour and a half, TSE made their way up to the front, slight off track. Just goes to show you how close these grids are. And yeah, Nigel Longdon, another driver who's kept it quick, clean and consistent. And the Long Smile car coming up to lure in 23rd. Finds himself in the lead of the ARMS. Gordon in the team though, as I say, they've got an 11-point gap, 4-point difference between the point earnings of first and second. So they will still hold on to the lead. They can certainly do with the fastest lap point as well. Let me see if I can grab the... so Gordon at the minute, oh wow. So at the minute, Gordon's fastest lap is a 1 minute 23.737, and Longdon 1 minute 23.707. So 300 between the lap time set by the two drivers. So yeah, ridiculously close in that respect as well. As Keita Lars gets himself involved in a battle with Jones and does find himself sending it up the inside. The Audi looking for the cutback on the exit to turn number 2, makes the cutback work, and he's got the line on the way through turn number 3. No one touches the gravel. And on the exit they've got the Advisor car just behind them as well. They've navigated that beautifully, but certainly Keita Lars. And that's not the camera we want, that is the camera that we want. Looking very quick indeed. His teammate Dominic Hood, the lead of the race, and he is now looking to get his car back onto the podium at the expense of Jones in the Audi. Apologies, I'm getting a bit of a chest thing. Catching myself out of breath quite a few times. There's been so much going on, and just as I was catching my breath, we have seen the slightest of mistakes by Chris Jones here, and that is giving the podium position back to Gazelle. You just see the back of the car. Really not happy. Oh, and one of the MT cars as well having a similar mistake. Not able to correct it the way the Audi driver was. They've gone off track, but certainly that is giving Keita Lars and the team their podium position back. How much further up the field will we see them climb before the end of the race? shed some light on the subject. Excellent. Jones now 6 tenths down, it says there, but I think it is, yeah, it's up to a second already. Andrea Alfonsi, absolutely flying still, up at the front, got an absolutely majestic 19-second gap. So a couple of slower laps making his way through the traffic. The gap down effectively 7 seconds so far since he came out the pits, but still definitely in his favour. Benjamin Eck really making moves in this stint. Terence Keenan, the counterfoil at the minute though, 4.6 seconds is still that gap, so just over 2 seconds for Benjamin Eck at the start of this stint. But certainly Keenan now matching him absolutely lap for lap. Chase Gordon still trying to chase down Nigel Longden, but again Longden moving that bit quicker, as we can see him already heading on the Rahal straight. Gordon still in second, with Keita Lars now up into third. He's got Daniel Duarte the car ahead of him. Again, Duarte, the car that started from the pits. He is still up 2 places on where he qualified. Yeah, just trying to make this software work, but we'll get that running for the next round of pit stops. They're going to be within, well, the absolute latest is going to be 22 minutes from now, with about 5 or 6 teams taking a 1 hour 5 minute opening stint. The vast majority of the rest of them going on the hour, although a couple of 1 hour 2, 1 hour 3s, but certainly Cody Besselink 1 hour 5, Jan Barth 1 hour 5, 1 hour 5 for Larocque and Gordon, 1 hour 5 for Harter and Macaretta, an hour 5 for Tirone and Miatini, and an hour 5 for Nachira and Alfonsi, the race leaders. And this is going to be a good points haul for them, especially with the championship leaders finding themselves cruelly disconnected and so far down the field. They are back up a position though, so they are unlapping themselves very nicely indeed. Prato continuing on the good work of his teammate. Okay, I know, Daniele Paris. Yes, to what do you refer, my good man? Okay, I know, yeah, let us in. What is it I've said? Who were we talking about when you type that in? Who are you cheering on? Which team are you supporting? Or are you just here to watch the racing? It is the penultimate round. We're very nearly at the halfway mark of the race. Already there's been some major changes. None up at the front. RNM took pole position by 85 hundredths. They've now got a lead of 18 seconds. Terence Keenan up 3. Benjamin Eck up 4. Those places being kindly donated by Thomas Nopek in the Honda and Hajo Horman in the Ferrari. Pierre Ferrari for Vesta Sport up 2 spots, with David Macaretta up 3 again. Federico Tirone, one of the kind donators of positions. I wouldn't say benefactors, but he wasn't the benefactor. He lost 2, and of course Miso Strubna up 6 positions and into the top 10. So a very good start for the Kermit Motorsport team. Good start for the AMS as well. A great podium battle right throughout the race. As we can see, again, the podium, third place in the pros interacting with the podium in the AMS. Nigel Longden now with a 9.5 second gap in the lead of the race. He's up 3 positions on where he started and made his way into the overall top 10 and the lead of the AMS. Chase Gordon now for TSE, the championship leaders. They are in second place, still up 1 position overall on where they started in the race, and they've got Daniel Duarte behind him. He is closing that gap. He is very quick. Started from the pits, up to back up to 12th place. Qualifying 14th, so some serious pace there. Keita Lars after that off-track excursion. Too many cars hitting the sausage curves, not enough suspension travel to allow for said sausage curves, and Keita Lars and the Gazelle team found themselves outside the top 20. They're back up to 13th and back on to the ARM podium, and given the lap times that they're putting in, I wouldn't be overly surprised if we see them close that gap to second place. Nigel Longden, though, he is certainly moving at the minute and is showing some good pace and consistency to hold on to the lead here. He's got that BMW absolutely dialed. So too the Ferrari of Hajo Horman. He has had a full race so far, shall we say. 2 hours in, he has been the hunter, he has been the hunted, he has been on the podium. He's now in 5th place as we come to the end of the second stint. Himself and Thomas Nopek, as I say, the 2 drivers losing the most positions in the top 5, down 2 and 1 respectively. So they will be keen, I'm sure, to make them back. Keenan won't be so keen, I'm sure, but yeah, Horman, if he can catch up to Nopek, that'd certainly put him back up the spot that he's lost. But he's 11.8 seconds down at the moment, and he has breached the track limits recently. There is Jones coming in to the pits. So yeah, we'll call that the start of the second pit stop phase. We'll see where everybody is when they come out. Obviously the drivers right up at the drivers in the lead, the hour and 5, so they can go until there's an hour and 50 minutes left of the race. There will then be 45 minutes left of the race for their final stint if they do the same again. So it'll be a bit less fuel. Again, there's nobody going to be double stinting tyres. It will still be a 2-hour extravaganza, which is completely unnecessary for the vast majority of the teams. Just bring this one home. Laguna Seca, yeah, it's got the reputation it does for a reason. Terence Keenan and Benjamin Eck, actually, I'm looking at this now, they are definitely gaining on Alfonso ahead. That gap 17 seconds. Oh, Jones, that's Jones just exiting the pits. Van Dam and Keita Lars both go past. Yep, so that will tell me that. Perfecto. So it is still RNM1 and Formula Racing League 2 and 3, and Eck has found a half a second, so there we go again. It's mostly gone Eck's way since he's come out of the pits. That's 2.7 seconds he has shaved off the gap. It was coming in dribs and drabs, and then it kind of steadied itself out, and there is a big half a second. So Keenan not getting through the traffic as quickly as he would like. Benjamin Eck certainly doing so. So coming with turn number 2, there is teammate Keenan ahead of him. So definitely closing that gap. 23 cars out on track still from the 24 that started. The Fuchsia team in the Lambo really were showing some great progress from the back of the grid, but then incidents on back-to-back laps. Then finally, in 5 laps after their first incident, the back of the car let go and found them hugely into the wall with a whole lot of damage. Retired to the pits. So our only runners and riders that have fallen by the wayside so far. Preto, the disconnect, still got the fastest lap, still in 21st position though, which will bring them, let's just have a quick look at the scoring, at 43 points. So 62 less than first, and they've got a 69 point lead over Holdfast, and 72 points ahead of FRL. They're looking to bring home 99 and 94 points respectively. So again, that's still a 60 point gap. That is going to make the last race at Kyalami even more important. That is such a cruel way. I mean, it certainly makes it interesting for us going into the last round of the season. I'm not sure. That's how the competitors would like to see the championship decided. But yeah, whether it's racing, real or sim, technical issues do happen, and they can be hugely costly. Oh, speaking of costly errors there, Daniel Duarte finds himself with Hajo Horman just behind him. He was closing in on Chase Gordon, just lost a little bit of time there with a bit of a wiggle. Back into 2.6, so might not get this overtake done. In fact, I don't think he will get it done before the pit stops, unless Gordon makes a mistake. He is looking pretty solid as he makes his way past that. Another one of the blue flags, that's DT. He's going past within 10 seconds of Nigel Longden, but Longden not looking back. Still setting green laps as well, 23.5. Does been down as low as 23.2. So right back on his quali pace, that's for sure. Up at the front, the gap is reducing. 12 minutes left for Alfonsi and Keenan. In fact, no, Keenan. Yeah, so Keenan came in on the hour mark. So yeah, so he's still got 7 minutes out on track. Alfonsi has got 12. Oh, Brunel. Oh, Jamie Edwards for MT Motorsports. Stuck under a half straight. Oh, that is a big impact again. The exit to turn number 4. Now there's the AM leader going through as well. So there's Burakovsky has reconnected, so they were disconnected from the server, a second team that's been disconnected. But they have managed to rejoin. Good to see they're going to finish the race 60 laps down. The race has been running, the race leaders are on 85, top 4 on the lead lap. Hajo Horman will be joining them on the lead lap. Alfonsi about halfway through, so yeah, a few more cars still up there. We did see Stubna overtaken by the race leader. So we'll know we're up to the top 10. Brunel and Edwards both coming into the pits. Oh, Brunel has had a big contact someplace. Sausage Care Mania, this time turn 6. Oh no! Unfortunately, he's made a bad situation worse there. That is a lot of damage. A lot of damage. This puts Preto up to 19th position. All things are possible. 5 laps down when they rejoined. And they've still made up 4 positions from 23rd. It's not too bad a showing. Benjamin Eck into the pits. He's shown his hand first, 4.7. Nopek follows him in. The pit stops are beginning. We'll see what impact they have this time. Hopefully the guide works correctly. There's yeah, a few cars coming in and out. Alfonsi we know is going to be staying out. Keenan has stayed out. Horman got a bit more time out on track as well. An hour and 3 for Horman's first stint. So still got another lap or 2 in, considering they're lapping in the low 1 minute 20s. Yeah, they can get another lap. You can see how close it is. Eck and Nopek both tumbling down the order. Ferroni should get a lap back on them. Alfonsi heading towards the pit stop. Guarantee they're going to stay out. Will be maximising these 8 minutes. The track is again down another degree, and not only that, we do have a little bit of wind. It's up from 0 to 1 kilometre an hour. Blowing across the drivers as they head along the start-finish straight. Stubna coming into the pits for Kermit. 1 hour 1 on the first stint, an hour 2, or an hour 1 for the second stint as well, so going for exactly the same stint times. As Terence Keenan comes into the pits as well. So Keenan following his teammate. 1 lap after the other. There is Horman just going past. I believe that was Chase Gordon. It was indeed. As Stephen Duarte coming into the pits as well. Pit season well and truly underway. But as we can see, Alfonsi stayed out, so too Horman. Ferrari stayed out as well, so did Macaretta. Terence Keenan on his way back out behind the Frog. Kermit racing on the exit as well. Alex Zakdal being in the pits, Kuchta on the pit exit, that's why the yellow flag. It's yeah, they really do need to fix that. Nopek in the Ferrari. Oh, in fact, it's got that there, so I can switch that off. So yeah, Keenan back out, leading the drivers that have taken a second pit stop. Zakdal and then Nopek. So yeah, we'll see again. We'll need to wait and see where everyone is after that second stop. Horman again has stayed out, so too has Pierre Ferrari for Vestasport, and David Macaretta once again staying out, the TSE team. Going for those full stints. Keita Lars for Gazelle. Oh, carrying damage. That wasn't picked up. Oh no, it was. Oh, and it's the foot on the loud pedal too early again. An innocuous mistake turns into a massive error there. De Munich retakes the wheel, but Gazelle, I would dare to guess they're going to find, in fact they are off the podium, because Chris Jones is ahead. Chase Gordon still has to take his pit stop. Still has to take a second pit stop, but we know that the opening stint was an hour and 5. We're only just at the hour mark for Gordon out on track. Again, at 1 minute 20, it easily can pop in another 3 laps. Preto still the fastest car. Alfonsi is still out. Goes past the Astro car. Absolutely flawless driving from Alfonsi and his team so far. They've now got a 36 second gap back to second. It was at 16 seconds when second place came into the pits. We've got a proper look at how the pits have affected the lineups. Oh, Jan Barth with the yellow flag there. Yeah, well away from that sausage curb. It keeps it in the middle, although, as I've said, keeps it away from that sausage curb. Oh, it's the exit. Oh, keeps it out of the wall. That is a good save. If you've been watching the race so far, you'll have seen how easily the drivers can start spinning at one side of the track and end up firmly into the wall on the opposite side. Barth, avoiding any front end damage, has lost a bit of time, but hasn't lost any parts of the car out in the desert. Here comes Hajo Horman, comes into the pits from overall second. Pierre Ferrari stays out. David Macaretta is going to stay out as well. He's got another 3.5 minutes. That's easy, 2 laps still to go. Terence Keenan right on the ragged edge there out of turn number 10. On an absolute wing and a prayer, he will go back past Horman. So too will Zach Dart. There we go. Nopek will as well. Here comes Terone. He's round the last corner as well. Yeah, so too. Oh, sorry, Nigel Longdon coming in to the corkscrew. There is Horman on his way out. There goes the R&M flat out car. Terone still to take a second pit stop, but he's got track position for the moment. Horman, one of the 5 solo drivers. Keenan, Horman, Jones, Longdon and Brunel, all driving single-handed today. And there is another one of them into the pits. This time it is Longdon. Comes in from the ARM race lead. Oh, and Chase Gordon off at the last corner. Definitely not the strategy they'll be looking for. Oh, yep, so had a bit of a moment before the final corner, try to straighten the car up. Oh, runs very, very, very deep there. It almost looks like it's a technical problem with his brakes, perhaps. Yeah, but certainly Gordon losing a lot of time there, and that's going to put a much bigger gap between himself and Longdon. When he comes out the pits, the Vesta Sport car is now stationary in the pits. Oh, and Astro almost going full 360 on the entrance. That's a pit entrance with style points here. That's Cody Besselink. There is Hajo Horman. Round the pit exit, so he is still ahead of the Vesta Sport car. That's going to iron itself out in a moment. Alfonsi will be coming in on this lap. That's going to be another very good stint for the R&M flat out team as we are well and truly through the halfway mark. Macaretta comes into the pits again. Another phenomenal stint for the TSE car, and that is definitely going to be a full 1 hour 5 minutes as well. Race leader make their way into the corkscrew as Preto comes into the pits from 18th position. They have improved. Oh no, sorry, 1 minute 21.4. Still the fastest lap. Miatini on the pit exit. Kucha still in 9th. Can they get past Miatini? That's going to be quite the feat if they do. No, Miatini for R&M flat out of the pit exit as their sister car comes flat out into the pits. There is Macaretta leaving the pits as Alfonsi pulls in. It's all changed. Hajo Horman is back ahead of the TSE Phoenixian car. The TSE's sister car, Chase Gordon, is handed back over to Alexandra Larocque. We're going to get a yellow flag there. Darren Mark Davies, good evening. How are you, my good man? Yeah, the comms is easy when there's this much action to track out on the track. Overuse of the word there, but yeah, certainly that is Larocque back out. Van Dam and Longdon ahead. Lucas Van Dam for Gazelle is in the lead of the ARMS. The lead of the ARMS has changed hands. Ah, now they did. Now, let me just check that. Yeah, no, they've taken. Oh, they took a pit stop after 9 minutes. Right, okay, so they've still to take. Right, okay, they've still to take a pit stop. My apologies. My apologies. Nigel Longden, I hope he wasn't listening, he'll be panicking there, but no, the Long Smile car still in the lead of the ARMS. Sven Corvig has taken the wheel for Daniel Duarte, and they have made up a position through the pit stops. I know, still running in 12th, sorry. It is Larocque who's down. Yeah, I think Larocque has lost the position to Corvin. We'll see. No, there isn't many more cars to take another pit stop. Apart from Van Dam, who did have a very early pit stop. Fabian back in the car, Jan Barth. Oh, Tom O'Neill with the yellow flag. He steadied the ship. Oh, wow, good save, Tom. Good save. Horrible as that is, the car not running great. Oh, and I tell you what, that's a huge difference up at the front as well. Terence Keenan is now within 6 seconds of the lead of the race. Zakdal is within 4 seconds, so the top 5 have maintained their spots. Hayden Harter has made up a spot on Luca Becca since coming out of the pits. Nigel Longden will get back to 10th when Van Dam comes in for the pits, but yeah, the only change is in the pros comes at 6th and 7th. Hayden Harter, those 1 hour 5 minute stints really are paying dividends, and they're going to be taking on a lot less fuel and have much better tyres in the final stint. It's only going to be a 45-minute stint. They're going to have very little drop off in the tyres come the end. Oh yeah, positions up for grabs. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You need to fully yeah, you need to get everything right to do well in endurance races. As little time as possible in the pits. Your interaction with the blue flag traffic. And yeah, getting through your pit stops as well. These driver changes really working well for a few of the teams. Miroslav Kucha, point in case. Got Satya Miatini ahead. Miatini still down 2 positions overall. A tough start to the race. Has made back one of the positions that they lost early doors, but certainly might be about to lose another one, as Kucha has very much got those tyres in the operating window already. There is Van Dam coming in for the pit stop. That'll put Nigel Longden back in the lead. Corving and Larocque will both go past, so too will Chris Jones. Hello again, apologies, as I mentioned before, just getting over a bit of a chest thing. And yeah, that one really caught me out there. But we are back up and running. As we can see, there's been position changes after the second round of pit stops. As I mentioned, the top five still as you were. Harter and TSE making up a spot on Vestasport. Kucha making up a spot as well on Miatini. Since they've got out the pits. Longdon coming back out in overall 10th place and still very much in the lead. Corving up a position at the expense of La Roque, so the Mustang did get ahead. So Corving and teammate Duarte 3 positions up on where they qualified, and they started from the pits in 24th position. So they've made up 13 effectively. Since the race start. Mickey Taylor back out behind the wheel of the MT Motorsport car. Been a tough start of the race for the team, but they've shown some flashes of real pace as well. Good to see they are continuing on. His teammate Mark Vergao, who started the race in the other MT car, back behind the wheel. 6th position in the arms. Tom Brunel still running. We did see, as I was slowly choking to death, Tom Brunel with a bit of an off-track excursion. The back tyres not looking happy at all. Kucha up 7 places overall. The Kermit Motorsport car really is looking very, very, very good indeed. Biggest gain in the entire field on qualifying position. Of course, started in 15th position. Started themselves in 15th position, up those 7 spots, and I wouldn't put it past them to make up a couple more. Certainly Hayden Harter will have something to say about that, but that too is something that Luca Becca will have something to say about as well. Becca catching up to Harter, who took the position through the pit stops. Nopek as well, looking to take a spot from Zakdal. Matej Nachira has extended that gap back to 2nd. It's up 5 positions. Apologies, we lost game sound there as well. Sorry. It's all going horribly wrong. But yeah, not for Nachira. Again, that's a 5-second gain since coming out of the pits, with only an hour and a half left of the penultimate round of the FRL Coach Dave Delta GT3 Endurance Series. A series of standalone events with a full championship running in the background as well for any teams that have taken part in every one or as many of the races to score in the top 5. It's £100 for the Pro and Am Championship winners, with 60, 40, 30 and £20 available for the cars finishing down to 5th place. Of course, the Pro and Am Winning Championship teams will receive a Coach Dave Delta subscription, including setups and never lift coaching course, a prize that will be received by the Pro and Am winners in every single race, as well as the podium in the Pros, receiving 20, 12 and £8 respectively. So cash prizes and Coach Dave Delta subscriptions up for grabs. The team leading the Pro Championship disconnected. Oh, Carl Van Hoorn with a yellow flag. We'll catch up on that in a moment. But fastest car on track, Marco Castorina. They're back up to 8th place, still 5 laps down on the leaders, but they have made laps back on everyone behind them so far. Back up to 18, so yeah, they need every single point they can to stay ahead of the teams behind them. So much action unfolding as we get to an hour and a half left to go. Miatini looking to take Kucha's position. Becca closing in on Hayden Harter. Nopek has been overtaken. Nopek has overtaken Zakdal. The Honda has absolutely come to life. 27-degree track temperature, and Thomas Nopek in the Honda is on a charge. Of course, started in 2nd place, less than a 10th behind pole position. Dropped a few positions from the start. And yeah, very good indeed. Yeah, good drive by Nopek. Terence Keenan is steadying the ship somewhat, although we do have... Well, and unfortunately, SimGrid has just dropped. Terence Keenan, but that's not what I was looking for. Miatini still involved in this battle here with the Kermit Motorsport car. It's Kucha who is ahead, and again, Kucha and the team, the biggest gains out the entire field. 7 places they've made it up, and you can, it's, yeah, safe to say that's no mean feat. We've seen how strongly, how close this field are. And Zagdal and Nopek still very close. Beckett and Harter still very close as well. So quite a few battles to choose from at the moment. Hopefully we don't miss any overtakes. Certainly. Oh, and that's a bit wide out of turn number 6. The run up the hill is going to be a slow one for the Aston Martin. But not that slow. They can't fend off the BMW yet. It needs to calm it right down. So much closer now in the braking zone there for the BMW as they head out of the Corsa down towards turn number 9. Ooh, now that was a wee bit wide by the Aston Martin there. Dead managed to keep it between the mayo and the mustard, right on the edge of the sausage curves. He needed to be there. Really needed to get on that apex and use that corner exit, although he's run a bit wide there. Will get a good exit. Miatini maybe getting a bit close to that sausage curve. Let's see how Luca Becca is getting on down through the corkscrew. Very close indeed. It looked like he might have a wee flash of the lights there, just trying to put Harter off. That might just be the way it looks on my screen though, which I do think it is. Maurizio Messina, great commentator, thanks for the live broadcast. You are more than welcome. Go 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 Sasha and go 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 Nacho. I would guess then that you would be an RNM fan. They are a very good team, some great action going on with them as well. Beckett and Hart are still very close with Miatini and Kucha. Yeah, we're going to take bets. What do we think? Who do we think is going to get overtaken first? 4th, 6th or 8th? So yeah, anybody watching, type in who do we think is going to lose the position first? Is it going to be, sorry, 3rd? Will it be 3rd? Will it be 7th? 3rd, 6th or 8th? Sorry, I'm getting myself all confused. Oh, there we go, just to say that across to the commentator, they're going to go side by side. Sasha Miatini gets this one absolutely bang to rights. Kucha there with a bit of a mistake into the last corner and turn number 1. That is Miatini with a braking zone all to themselves. The Aston so close under braking. Beautiful driving by them both there. The tiniest of mistake by Kucha. And that's how costly 2 wheels on the gravel can be. We'll see if he can fight back and take that position. In the meantime though, we'll jump on board with Luca Becca. You can hear that Aston Martin. He's gone inside the white lines there. He's got the car right up the inside. He's going to go heavy on the brakes. He needs a lot of rotation here. And it is a position retaken there. A position that Harter feels maybe not as clean as could be, with a lot of lights flashing there. Let's have a look at this one. From far chase cam. I know again we're not big fans of using chase cam, but sometimes it does give us a very good view of what we've seen. But yeah, certainly right into the pit lane there, full send up the inside, right out into the middle of the track, and that is Luca Becca taking the position over Hayden Harter. Harter with a good run up the hill though at turn number 6. Becca with 2 wheels on the gravel moves over takes the defensive line, heading into the corkscrew. They've had the Advisor car go past them, or gone past the Advisor car, sorry, on the half straight as they head towards, down the hill towards turn number 9. Becca really ragdoll in the back of that Ferrari, finding an insane amount of grip to hold on to that 6th position. Incredible battling between these two. Harter taking the position in the pit stops. Becca taking it back out on track. Kucha definitely not taking it that they've lost the position to Miatini. More gratuitous front right wheel camera. You do love the sound of these engines. Kucha still within half a second of Miatini. They've got a blue flag ahead of them. Been some incredibly clean interactions with everyone involved in the blue flags. That's why we've still got 23 cars in. I did see the Fuchsia team make their way back into the server, but they have been disconnected again. So yeah, 2 of the fastest teams have found themselves disconnected, unfortunately. One of them did make it back in. Castorino still running in 18th place. We'll see if they can make back any more. It's not going to be a tougher ask at this point. Van Hoorn a minute up the road, so it'll be a while before they catch up. Larocque for TSE. Becca's just lost a place to Harter. Well, certainly Larocque putting in some good times at the minute, and is caught right up to Sven Corving, the Mustang that started from the pits. It was Daniel Duarte who had the car for the opening 2 stints. It looks like Corving is going to be looking to bring the car home at the moment. It looks like all he's bringing is the Aston Martin ever closer in that slipstream into turn number 2. Heavy on the brakes. Beautiful use of the curb there by the Aston Martin, both cars, but certainly the Aston absolutely on point. Miatini now starting to show a cleaner pair of heels to Kucha, the RNM car, up to 8th position. Yep, and is moving quicker, sorry, so it is Miatini going faster than Kucha at the minute. Corving and Larocque is where we're on board. We'll have a quick look up at the podium where we see Keenan and Nopek. Nopek started on the front row of the grid. Terence Keenan has made himself up 3 places in the race so far to get himself up to 2nd. So certainly Nopek will feel that that position there definitely belongs to him, as that's where he started. So we're going to see an interesting battle here, the Lambo versus the Honda. Yeah, very much a juxtaposition of car abilities, that's for sure. But down through the corkscrew, 109 laps completed in the 2 hours and 34 minutes that we've had so far. At least 2 pit stops for the teams. We've had half a dozen or so been in 3 times as well. Casper Duvaloy, the lead car, that's taken 3 pit stops and still finds himself on the podium in the AMS at Chris Jones' expense. So we'll see if that extra pit stop cost them the time at the end of the race. That could certainly be a position that Jones gets back. Oh, and the Honda really pressing for that 2nd place now. Nachira up at the front with a 16-second gap. It was certainly a lot closer that when they came out of the pits, and it's going to increase even further as these two are fully engaged with one another. Hanopek can keenly see. Oh, he's gone up the inside. So Terence Keenan there. Yeah, definitely with a bit of a lift. I don't think there's any hiding that one. So yeah, on board with Keenan, you can clearly, unfortunately during the replay, you don't get to see the rear view mirror. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. But out with turn number 4, Keenan moves over, and you can hear him lift. And there goes his teammate. I mean, to be fair, Nopek was moving very quickly indeed. He caught up to the back of Keenan at a fair rate of knots, so Keenan, either team orders are playing the long game. I'm going to guesstimate it's playing the long game. No point in the two of them holding one another up, especially Nopek. He's now that he's got past, he is opening up that gap. Can he close in on Mattia Nachira? With these lap times, the answer is potentially. So yeah, could very much be game on when we get to 30 minutes left of the race. 50 minutes until we get there, and it's going to be a scintillating 55 minutes until we do. 23 cars running in the penultimate round. DT Racing in 23rd place with Tom Brunel, the FRL driver in the Michelin Pilot livery. That is a good livery. 22nd place, Mickey Taylor. Oh, Peter Davidson tumbles down the order. He's had an incident. Oh, with Chris Jones. Is that an incident with Chris Jones? Let's have a look. So this isn't an Andretti hairpin. Oh, both cars just finding their way off track at the same time. So it wasn't with. It was well, it was, but it was simultaneously with. It didn't involve both drivers, but yeah, both of them finding their way off the track at exactly the same point. It's amazing. It's always been amazing to me, even in races that I've taken part in, and I know because of races I've taken part in, you get into practice and you'll be in there with a group of friends, or you'll be in a practice server laid on by the organisers, and you'll see people having problems at certain corners. Then you get into the race and absolutely out of no place, suddenly turn 4 becomes an absolute accident hotspot. And yeah, 90% of the incidents I've seen have involved, obviously, with it being Laguna Seca. The sausage curves on the inside. Oh, and he's facing the wrong way completely. Chris Jones is going from bad to worse. He was on the podium in the arms, and he is now facing completely the wrong way. This is out of the corkscrew. So no one near him. Oh, and just the back of the car just lifts on him. And then he puts the foot down. And the arm leader goes through to go a lap up on him. That is quite the demise for Jones, having a great race to start with, and in the past couple of laps it has deteriorated hugely for Jones. Now finds himself once again behind Gazelle Motorsport. They've made their way up into 4th. Duvaloy for Gazelle. They have held on to that podium position. Larocque certainly hanging on to Corvin. Nigel Longdon has got himself a 4-second gap to second place in the arms. I did say the arm podium battle was going to go right down to the end of the race, and it certainly is. Duvaloy is carrying damage. And the ridiculousness, it stores the pit exit, but not. But not the actual off tracks. We really do need to get that fixed. Where are we now? Larocque. Yeah, let's jump on board with Larocque. They've just gone past the blue flag. He's got Corvin, as we can see, very close. He is getting pulled along in that slipstream. We'll see there's a blue flag there as well. Of course there's a blue flag. It's Laguna Seca. We've been racing for more than an hour, so of course there's a blue flag. There's always going to be blue flags. There's always going to be cars close to overtaking. That's the race leader going through. Larocque very quickly moving out of the way. And I would guesstimate that Corvin is going to do exactly the same thing again, highlighting just how well the blue flags all interact with one another. Remember, these are a series of individual races. The final round, Kailami, still to come, still time to get signed up for that, and there is individual race prizes as well. So get yourself signed up, and you too can take part. 9 hours of Kyalami still to come. So get yourself onto the SimGrid page, get yourself following the largest race provider on SimGrid. Multiple leagues across multiple platforms and titles is what we were going for. You get the Discord link there as well, and absolutely phenomenal infrastructure in the background. We've seen a handful of penalties from the Open instead. Since then, the stewards have had very little to do other than sit back and watch the action that's being provided by the drivers. At the moment, it is one of their own, Sven Corving, fending off the Podium drivers in the ARM class. Corving 10th overall in the pros again. We will talk about this again and again and again over the next hour and 18 minutes. The car started in the pits, and they are currently holding a net gain of 3 positions on their starting spot. So up from 14th where they qualified but did start in the pits. So they've made up 13 places in the race. So yeah, just goes to show they could certainly be battling for top 5 honours. Matteo Nachira now simply battling his way through the traffic as he makes his way past the DT car. Again, the blue flags absolutely perfect once again, and another near perfect lap from Nachira in the 22. So the pace has quelled ever so slightly, but not by much, maybe 0.3 of a second. Yeah, no, 21.4 and 21.8, but we're currently running in the mid-22, so the drop in temperature not massively helping the driver, but I do think in the final stints we're going to see the lap time change, the fastest lap time change hands a couple of times. We'll see who does finally bring home the purple moniker. It's worth a couple of extra unbelievably valuable points again, especially another point that I've laboured. Castorina and the team had a 69 point gap, meaning if they finished 9th in this race and the next race, they would win the championship by a maximum of 4 points. 4 points at least. And they've clipped the ball. They were in second place, which would certainly have been more than enough to make it an easy run at Kyalami, but disconnected from the server. Rejoined in 23rd and back up to 18th. Every single position now absolutely vital for them. Let me see if I can get the scoring back up. There we go, the SimGrid website is back up and running again for anyone that was using that for informational purposes during the race, such as myself. But yeah, the 18th position, 49 points, so a 56 point deficit between 1st and 18th, and the 2FRL cars certainly with a stake in this. They are 3rd and 4th in the championship, 72 points behind Vestasport. So they're going to see that gap hugely drop if it stays as is. They're going to earn 50 points more. That's going to drop the gap between them to 19 points at the top, going into a 9-hour race at Kyalami. I said at the start of the season, do not be fooled by the length of the season. This will go right down to the last race to decide the winners, and I am being proved correct. It's not often it happens, so feel free to write down the date and time. Larocque in the Aston. He has not put a foot wrong since coming out of the pits. Did lose the position to Corving, but the two of them so equally matched for pace. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the two of them swap positions multiple times before the end of this stint. Keenan and Nopek did swap positions. Keenan with a big lift before the Rahal straight to let his teammate through in the Honda. It's proved to be a wise decision for both of them. No point getting held up in an elongated battle. Nopek now 3.5 seconds ahead of Keenan. So definitely the faster of the two. The gap between Nopek and the Chira sitting at 17 seconds, so not too bad running either. Keeping the race leaders honest. It's all going to come down to that final stint, and I tell you, the hour and 5 minute stints from the Chira could certainly hold them in incredibly good stead. They're going to have a final stint of 45 minutes. Nopek for some reason is not on this board. Bear with me a moment while I refresh my magic data screen. Yeah, so Nopek 59 minutes for the first stint, 2 hours and an hour and 2 minutes for the second stint. So the Chira, yeah, a bit of a trade-off, but it's only an extra 4 minutes the Chira has been out per stint, and it will give them, as I say, 45 minutes for the final stint. Nopek and Garby are going to be looking about 59, so it's going to be a 14-minute difference in the amount of grip the cars have got, and that could be all important, because if we look and see, that gap is now below 16 seconds. Oh, and that gap between Larocque and Corving definitely below 16 seconds. That's 2/10 of a second out of turn number 4. A bit of corrective steering by both drivers through 3 and 4. See the gap settle back out to a quarter of a second. Sorry, a third of a second. Along the Rahal straight was 16.8 Nopek. Certainly got the Honda dialed in. 122.5, 123.1, 122.3 for Nopek. 22.6, 22.6, 22.7 for Natira. That consistency is, yeah, it's unsurprising, let's face it, with the level of talent that they've got and the ability. It really is not too much of a surprise. Certainly is still incredible. Larocque still hanging on to the back of Corving, the ARM Podium sitter. Isn't losing too much time to Longdon ahead. That gap's still just about 4.5 seconds, so you'll maybe be quite happy just to sit here and get a bit of slipstream from Corving ahead. I do believe, again, they're on slightly different pit strategies as well, actually. I am correct in that, yeah. The TSC team, both their cars going for the full 1 hour 5 minute stint. Whereas Corving did have a very early pit stop. I started from the pits, of course, and has gone for an hour and 2 and 1 hour and 1 minute stint so far with his teammate. So we'll have that 14 minutes less, 40 minutes more tyre wear at the end. And yeah, that Aston really is getting very close. That's Corving, that's Larocque. We'll jump on board and watch the steering and the feet. It's amazing how he doesn't rest his foot on the brake pedal. There isn't a driver in the world that's missing out on that much time by keeping the foot that far away, but there we go. It does highlight beautifully the work being put in though. And Larocque definitely through stages of this course looking at the quicker of these two drivers. Yeah, so sector 1 and 3, he is the quicker of the two. Corving and his Mustang quicker through sector number 2. So yeah, Larocque, if he can nail a good, well, if he can nail a solid lap, he should get himself ahead of Corving, or at least put himself in a good position to soaking up the slipstream. It's all fine and well getting that extra bit of pace, but not so great on the front tyres. Maybe not so great on the fuel strategy either, using that little bit less fuel, that extra weight in the car. Micromanaging, but across an endurance race, every single little piece counts. Be it weight, tyre wear, anything of that description. Keenan and Nopek now 4.5 seconds apart, so yeah, showing that Nopek really did have the pace over Keenan, and he is still matching pace with the race leader, who is now, very much involved in the blue flag traffic through every single corner. Hour and 9 minutes to go, so he's still got 24 minutes before he needs to come in to take his pit stop. And what I'm going to do, take a scheduled pit stop myself. I know I took one a few moments ago, that was more just to catch my breath, but enough of my old age issues. Quick break for me before we bring you the final hour. What we'll do is, as I pour a drink, we'll stay with LaRock and Corbin and see if there is any changes, and we will pop on some upcoming events down in the bottom of the screen. Again, get yourself over to the SimGrid website, get yourself signed up, get the Discord link and get involved in the action out on track. The vast majority of it covered in extremely high definition over here on YouTube. So make sure you get yourself signed up to race. Here at FRL. Back in a few moments. Here we go, we are into the final hour of the penultimate race of the FRL. Coach Dave Delta, 4 hours of Laguna Seca, of course the 10th race in the GT3 endurance calendar. A bit of FRL on FRL action there. Corvin letting his teammate through. Larocque still within. 7/10 of a second. Prizes up for grabs for the Pro and Am winning drivers in every single race, and for the overall Pro and Am winners in the beautifully tabulated results for the entirety of the season. Championship leaders in the Pros will have a tenuous lead going into the final round. It can be the cruelest of mistresses sim racing, and Castorina and the team at Vestasport finding that one out the hard way with a server disconnect when they were in second place. Their gap could be now be reduced from 69 points down to as little as 14 points. Given the way the results are going at the moment, and with an hour left to go at Laguna Seca, they could change even more. Larocque looking for an overtake on Mickey Taylor with an off-track there, just letting another car through. Is RNM flat out? They are flat out up at the lead, and they're certainly now starting to fend off the advances of Thomas Nopek. That gap back up to 19 seconds, so Nachira certainly righting the ship. And still got a very valuable 13 seconds. 13 seconds. 13 minutes before the next pit stop is Keenan. Yeah, so Keenan has taken his final pit stop, and Thomas Nopek comes in to do the same. So yeah, just catching up on that one. Yeah, Keenan comes in, Corvig comes in as well, Castorina coming in to the pits. It looks like I got back just in time. The pit window is well and truly open. In the arms it is Nigel Longden leading the way still. Alexandra Larocque takes back 11th overall. Will be out for a fair bit of time as well after 2 1 hour and 5 minute stints from the team so far. They were gifted the lead of the race when the cars around them made mistakes, and then made a mistake themselves and gifted it to Nigel, Captain Consistency Longden. It's been a beautiful race by the BMW driver, and he is on for a well-deserved race win with less than an hour to go. And I now have a horrible sense of foreshadowing there with the famous curse of the commentator. I'm sure Longden yeah, we'll look to bring it home. Up 3 positions overall since the race start. Of course, Miroslav Kucha and the team with Kermit Motorsport, they've leapfrogged their way up 6 positions since the start to find themselves in the top 10. At one point they were up into 8th, but RNM's Sasha Miatini wasn't quite keen on that arrangement, and got a very nice overtake done in the BMW. Hayden Harter comes in to the pit, another team that have had good gains since the start. 3 positions since the start of the race, and it's going to be David Macaretta looking to bring this one home. 56 minutes he'll have on those tyres. Quite a few of the cars are only going to have 45 minutes. Nachira potentially going to be one of them. Macaretta on his way out. Miatini just going past Duvaloy on the podium. As other cars going, I'm not sure if they are still carrying damage. That might just be a graphical glitch. They may have got it repaired. Vergout into the pits, Brunel into the pits as well. Preto back out. He's made up 20 seconds on Vergout in that last stint. Oh no, so he's going to go past. It's Chris Jones. It's 48, so he's made up 9 seconds. Made up 9 seconds, so we'll see if he can make up any more positions. As I say, it really does need those points to keep the championship charge alive. Alex Zakdal coming in to the pits. back up to second temporarily. Nopek looking to make back places. The Chira, I've got so much data on the pits now, I'm not sure where to look. Hajo Horman is going to stay out. 1 hour 3 and 1 hour 4 for his pit stops. So it's still got a few more laps in the tank. And again, this could all come down to tyre wear on the last lap. The drivers with the freshest tyres in the closing of the race could certainly find themselves benefiting, and the Chira and the team certainly seem to agree with something in that principle train of thought, because they have maximised their stints and they are leading the race. So yeah, and at the moment it's by 57 seconds, with Horman needing to come in for another pit stop. Benjamin Eck on his way out as Miroslav Kucha comes into the pits for Kermit. So under 55 minutes they'll have to do on their tyres. Mickey Taylor is into the pits as well. MT Motorsport, this will be their final planned pit stop. And the Chira still clearing out the consistent laps. Horman doing yeah, not too bad a job with the consistent laps as well. Nopek finds himself behind, directly behind Luca Becca. I'm not sure how much defence Becca will put into this. Becca does still have to take a third pit stop, so won't be able to hold Nopek up enough to make an impression on the position, but can certainly make things a bit more difficult for Nopek trying to chase down that race lead. You can see just how closely the two of them are matched for pace. We haven't been on board with the Honda yet, I don't believe. Let's do that now. So Becca staying out for another lap. An hour and 3 and then an hour and 5, so did go for maximum length stint for their second. So yeah, they too got a bit of time to spare at the moment, so yeah, they can, Becca can easily stay out. Nopek very, very close on those fresh tyres. This is playing right into the hands of Mateo and the Chira. RNM, I'm sure, very confident in having the track position, but that gap was certainly a bit up and down. 17 seconds. Certainly not out with the realms of possibility. Nopek again looking for the drag up the hill, but the Ferrari managed to outgun him on the corner exit. Becca getting some good life out of those tyres, that has to be said. That's an hour that Nopek's been out, so yeah, easily another 5 minutes, 3 laps. As Demunic comes in for Gazelle, one-time AM leaders. Coming in the pits at Nopek, using those tyres into the final corner. It's not going to be enough out of the last corner though, into turn 1 in the Andretti hairpin. It's still going to be Becca with track position and the braking zone. And oh, the Honda driver, what a position to be in. Miatini coming into the pits in the BMW. Macaretta is out after his third stop. So back up to 7th position overall. Horman still to pit. And so too Luca Becca. Just going to try and make sense of this. In fact, we'll wait until the rest of the cars are pitted until we try and make sense of it all. Because we've still got, yeah, Fabian Carner still needs to take his pit as well, but certainly this is not what Nopek planned. It's bad enough coming out in traffic with someone else battling for top 5 honours. He's been chasing down the lead of the race, and this is certainly not going to help him catch up, although he's lapped, yeah, 1 minute 22.9, so he's about half a second lap. His last 2 laps have been 1 minute 22.950 and 1 minute 22.960. That is how quick and consistent he is driving. Hajo Horman in for his final planned pit stop as well. We'll see him drop back down the order. 58 minutes left of the race to go. 5 minutes left of the stint for quite a few of the cars. 5 or 6. Oh, bit of a tap on the rear. And again, track position is king. It's an interesting talking point. Now, do you let the car that's taking their pit stop go through? Or do you just hold track position and defend, take the race in line? Becca, and currently in second place, will be in the pits in the next 4 minutes. Nopek, I'm sure, will be of the train of thought. If you've still got to pit, let me come on through. It's certainly been quicker lap times over the race, an average of about 0.6 of a second between the lap times of the two cars. So Nopek, you feel he's going to be getting held up here a bit, especially given the pace that Machira has shown up at the front. He is looking so quick. He is lining this one, I think, for an exit out of the last corner. Yep, goes slightly wider on the entrance. Oh, and a bit of a wiggle there, too much contact with the sausage curb. It's unsettled the front tyres ever so slightly, but you can see the plan almost coming to fruition. So much closer out the last corner this time around, but still not quite close enough. Opens up the Andretti hairpin as much as he possibly dare. Can he sail it up the inside? Gets so close, it was almost front to rear contact with the opposite corner panels there, but both handle it absolutely stunningly out the turn at number 3 and into killer number 4. And again, you can hear both engines. It's so close at these two. And Becca's still got another couple of laps. 45 minutes. Easily as the head under the bridge once again up towards the hill. Can the Honda driver get past? Oh, almost side by side. Becca takes the inside line. Oh, and then right back across to get the corner entrance. Oh, and there's an almost inevitable contact. They were so close. Becca spun, and the Lamborghini gets through as well. Terence Keenan. Talk about right place, right time. Terence Keenan has made his way through. So too is Benjamin Eck. So that puts those two back in very good track position. And in fact, they've got another R&M car. Oh, that is Nachira, the race leader. Wow, Nachira really does have a lead over the field. Oh, almost clips the wall. Look at Becca decides that's enough. And that's actually quite a short stint for Nachira in the team. They had another 2 minutes out on track, so could have got another lap in there, but do come in from the lead. Thomas Nopek finds himself back in second with Terence Keenan in third and Eck in fourth place. Becca in the pits. Horman should retake fifth, so it is going to be as you were again. Yeah, we'll let that. I'm looking at data that is going to change very quickly. Alexandra Larocque coming in to the pits as well. They were in the lead of the ARMS by virtue of the fact that Nigel Longdon had already taken his final pit. He will now be racing to take that lead back again. The TSE car in the pits are leading the championship in the ARMS. It is tenuous lead to say the least, only 11 points. And I'm looking right at the bottom of the sheet, bear with me. Yeah, 11 points and then 65 points for Taylor Motorsport, so they're definitely in the hunt with Gazelle in 5th position. A solid 300 points, so it is between the top 3 in the ARMS and most certainly between the top 3 in the pros as well. Make sure you get signed up to the website and onto Discord so you can keep up to date with the championship standings. The final round, 9 hours of Kai Lamy, live here on YouTube. Make sure you get yourself involved. Huge thank you to anyone. For some reason I'm not seeing any notifications of anyone following. There should be notifications popped up, but thank you to everyone that has been subscribing to the stream. It's great to see the growth of the FRL channel on YouTube. It's not really a surprise considering the quality of action that you see, and of course their license system, the way they get the splits together. It's always such incredibly close races and championships. As we're seeing here, we are 3 hours and 15 minutes in, and yeah, you could still throw a very small net over quite a few of the cars for position. Steward in the Kermit machine, back out of the pits in 9, so the only real swap there, Macaretta and Ferrari once again, Vesta Sport and TSE swapping positions in the pits again. So in the top 9, yeah, in the top 9, that is the only real change. Yeah, that's the same change that's happened in the last 2 pit stops. Thomas Nopek, of course, the previous pit stop, making up 2 at the expense of Keenan and Eck, and he has held on to that 2nd place out of this pit stop. And yeah, so we'll see about track. So we're into the final stints. The drivers will be hoping that is the last thing to make it into, have to come into the pits, and it is RNM flat out. They took pole position and they have led the race from start to now. 43 minutes left to go at Laguna Seca. I've got an 18-second gap over the car that started in 2nd place. It is Nopek. It's been an arduous journey for Garvey and Nopek so far in the Honda. Down as many as 5 positions, but they've made them all back again to get back up to 2nd. 1.9 ahead of teammate Terence Keenan, driving this one solo in the Lambo. It is 2-3-4 for FRL, with another FRL Lamborghini in 4th position. Benjamin Eck driving this one. They are ahead of Hajo Horman, who is down a position overall, but running in 5th place. So 30 seconds to make up to Benjamin Eck. Long way to go. David Macaretta and the team up 4 positions on where they started. It's all about the consistency and the strategy. And Macaretta ahead of Ferrari. They're up 1 since the start of the race for Vesta Sport. Down 1 in the last 2 pit stops to David Macaretta. We will see who finishes ahead out with those 2, and of course the big gainers in the race is Aston Martin Kermit Motorsport. I won't use the leapfrog joke again. Up 6 positions, and they've held on to 9th through the last 2 pit stops, looking very good indeed. Then it is Casper Duvaloy currently in the lead of the arms, but he will be in to take a pit stop. In the next lap or 2, which will then, there we go, which will put Nigel Longden back in the lead. Sorry, not sure the sound is being overly wonky at the moment. Hopefully you can hear it okay. And yeah, there we go, Longden retaking that lead. Corving back out in the Mustang that started from the pits. It's been a great race from them, making up a net 3 positions from where they qualified in 14th. Again, they've made up 13 positions in the race though, which is not too bad for a pit start. Rafael Preto, another car now, 69, so didn't make much time through the last pit stop. So it does look like they're going to bring home that 18th place, which again is 49 points. The race leaders bringing home 105. More importantly for FRL, they'll bring home 99. That's a 50-point difference. That's going to drop the gap to 10 points. 11 points, because they're going to get the fastest lap as well. Preto's on for the fastest lap at the moment. I did predict it would change hands. Preto might just go quicker. We're running down or up the field. We were running down the field. I was running all through the field. We got to the top 10 and we went on to the arms, and I mentioned Corving there. Chase Gordon back up behind the wheel in the arms in second place ahead of Duvaloy, who lost four places since the start of the race, but made it up two pit stops ago. And they are back out and on the podium. Do have Kato Lars, long-time leaders. Are certainly right through the opening stint, and we're leading the way in the arms now. 40 seconds down on Duvaloy. So it's going to be a big ask for them to catch up. That is a lot to make up around a track this short in 40 minutes. Mickey Taylor looking to make up places. They're down one on where they started, but they have made one back. Oh, and the DT car has a spin. Bancroft Turner finding himself off track there. And down a position. Another couple of cars having to take avoiding action. But Taylor back up to 20th place. As I say, Duvaloy down that 4, Toroni down 3 as well. Stubna is now up into 8, so that is an 8th place gain. Sorry, yes, so they've made a position through the pit stop as well. That's, yes, that is the one I talked about. My apologies. Yeah, that's those two have changed positions in the previous pit stop, and they've done so again in this one. It is now the race to the line, and the gap between Stubna and Toroni has increased. It is up to 14 seconds. That is what the telemetry was keying me into. So yes, Stubna back up 8, so definitely on for team of the day for me. I mean, the Tira leading start to finish has been a phenomenal display. And Corving, of course, in the team, starting from the pits. And making it up to 11th, but certainly the Aston have had a very, very, very good race indeed. The Tira is still bossing it up at the front though. 18 seconds is still the gap. And more than matching Nopek. He's been as low as 22.0 as Nopek, sorry, 21.9 he has been as low as. But the Tira has been quicker. No, there we go, let's get some of the Tira action on screen. Flashing of the lights like he knows that he is on screen. It's been another flawless race. R&M really are an incredibly good team. A phenomenal pool of drivers, Alfonsi and Nachira, both putting in some Olympic level stints to maintain the lead of the race. Absolutely flawless start to finish, and cannot impress upon you all enough. If you've never raced the Laguna Seca, believe me, as soon as you get past, never mind the hour mark, as soon as you get past the 30-minute mark, you constantly have traffic to deal with, and there has been some absolutely beautiful interactions so far, and I'd imagine we'll continue to see that. And the drivers over the front really quick, and in fact that is Stubna just behind the race leader, so that is how consistent the race leader has been. Some gratuitous Aston Martin engine noise, did someone say? Yeah, I think that's enough. There we go. It is a beautiful sounding car. Go 666, says Dag. Car 666. Oh yes, Stubna, they were on board with now. Yeah, they're my car of the day. They have had the phenomenal race, up these 7 positions. Biggest gain in the race again. I've not been labouring that point, but it's worth mentioning. 7 places overall to get up inside the top 10. And I've driven a very, very, very good race indeed. Hopefully we'll get to see some frogs on their car for the next race. back on board with second place, just making his way through some traffic. Nopek still trying to enclose up on Nachira ahead, but it is getting a taller and taller task as Nopek really has got his tyres in the window. He's found his groove. The track temperature is yielding ever so slightly. We've gone from 30 degrees at the start of the race down to 25. So yeah, 3.5 hours and 5 degrees lost. So not massively detrimental, but certainly playing into the hands of the drivers that did take that shorter final stint, 45, 47 minutes. They're going to be able to absolutely ragdoll those tyres. Yes, that is the technical terminology. But they will be able to get the absolute maximum out of the tyres that they've got on the car. As you can see, beautiful shots of the FRL cars at 1.2 seconds between these two. The two Lambos dueling out for the final podium spot. Keenan driving this one on his own. Benjamin Eck partnered by Alex Zakdal. Oh, Nopek there losing a bit more time to Nachira now, 19.8 seconds. He's 6.5 seconds ahead. Oh, Macaretta's been overtaken by Ferrari. Macaretta in... Oh no. So Macaretta's had a bit of an incident. It showed he was on his way into the pits there. I think he's maybe had an incident through this... Oh yeah. Oh, and the car ahead. And there goes the Vesta Sport car. So he was on the pit line. He was on the pit entryway. I can't get my words out for everything that's going on, but that is Macaretta and Pierre Ferrari swap positions, Vesta and TSE. Trading points and places, and Macaretta, the sausage curb killers, have reared their ugly heads once again. It's the Aston Martin that's fallen foul this time. And that has put Macaretta back down. Is still up 3 positions overall. Vesta Sport up 2. And swapping out with that last pit stop, Benjamin Eck well within a second now, and Nopek losing even more time to Nachira. Yep, Nachira, he has got those tyres dialed in. 20 seconds is now the gap up at the front. Terence Keenan 6.7. So we'll see what happens with these two. Nopek certainly getting past Keenan when he did. Definitely helped, but then coming back out the pits behind the Vesta Sport car. And they will definitely feel justified at their decision, given that they've now gotten, now they were where they were, to take advantage of that. And Horman, now with Ferrari chasing them, and Ferrari ahead of Macaretta. Stibney still in 8th with Throne in 9th, and Longdon, the AM leader, still inside the top 10, but he's only got 2.5 seconds to Sven Corving. Will it be an all-pro top 10, or will Corving get the Mustang back in there? No improvement on the fastest lap. Oh, Nachira with a yellow flag. Nachira showing a yellow flag. There's trees getting the waste here, so let's go into chase cam. No, my apologies, I'm using this far too much. Oh, so just running wide on the exit to turn number 6. Doesn't exacerbate the situation by getting the foot down too readily on the exit. But that has cost them a couple of seconds. The gap now down to just on 19. Benjamin Eck still just on the back of his teammate, the two Lambos. Will we see them trading places in the closing stages? Preto, the other car was at 57 seconds, so he has made up a fair bit of time on Bestling ahead, but I don't think there's a long enough left for him to get up to 17th position. Would see him bring home another 2 points to negate a bit more of the damage being done by the disconnect. But still, good to see them reconnect and make back those places. They did rejoin in 23rd. So yeah, up 5 spots since rejoining. That is no mean feat. No mean feat at all. 30 minutes left to go, 3.5 hours in the books. We've seen the race leaders in and out of the pits 3 times. They'll all be hoping it is the last time they make their way in. Some cars with 4 trips in, and one even starting from the pits. He's just lost 2 tenths to Longdon ahead. That'll be a good race win for the Long Smile team. Well, let's do that as well. I forgot to do that. Just fix. Yeah, there we go. So we're still watching this battle for the final podium position. With Keenan and Eck. Just trying to see how long they've done on their tyres. Keenan was in with 1 hour and 2 minutes left to go. Benjamin Eck with 55 minutes to go. So he does have fresher tyres, 7 minutes worth. See if he can make an advantage. David Macaretta looking to retake the position. He's back to within 7 tenths of Ferrari, who's guiding, of course, the Vestasport machine in 6th place. These two have swapped positions in the pit strategies and then back on track again a couple of times. Macaretta looking to make up more places if he can. 3 since the start. Ferrari in Vestasport up 2. Similar to exactly the same actually as the 2 cars that we're watching at the moment. Hadjo Horman, the driver, sandwiched in between the 2 battles. Down 1 spot. But the Chira has been absolutely flawless up at the front. Longdon still leading the way in the arms of Gordon. Duvaloy holding on to 3rd place on the podium. Keita Larson Jones, a tough race for Jones, a couple of little mistakes, and has found him dropped off the podium. He'll be coming back fighting even stronger for Kailami, though. What a track Kailami is going to be. Barth in 16th place, so 11th in the pros, so good points going the way of Advisor, with Astro just behind in 12th place. Sorry, and Prato, sorry, yeah, I'm saying, my goodness gracious me, my apologies. I've been quoting massively incorrect points. Prato might be 18th overall, but he's 13th in the pros, which means he's going to get 63 points, which is only 36 points of a difference, so you'll still be 33 points ahead. Wow, my apologies, I've been pushing that narrative for the whole stream, for the entire race. That is a massive mistake on my part. Yeah, Prato is going to be bringing home 63 points for finishing in 13th. It is the position within their class to get the points for, not overall. I will see myself out. There we go. So yeah, 13 points, so yeah, that does still mean a 30-point gap up at the front going into the final 9-hour race at Kailami. I'm glad we got that one right. Chase Gordon has managed the gap here. Is back to 1.5 seconds. So Corvin not looking to give up that position, and his teammate Macaretta looking to get back up into 6th place. Benjamin Eck losing a couple of tenths. Macaretta. The car just unsettled ever so slightly, just enough to send them off track and send the Vestasport over the line with a much clearer rear view. Yeah, 3 turn 1 and in turn number 2. That's some work for Macaretta to do to catch back up again. Benjamin Eck crosses the line now, 1.2 seconds behind his teammate Chase Gordon, at 1.3 behind Corvin. So still close there. Gordon not looking for a points paying position here, more a pride thing. He does have second, and yeah, we'll definitely be thinking the bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush at this stage. They were in the ARM leader, they were leading the ARMs, and they are leading the ARM championship. And yeah, the Long Smile team are behind them in the championship by a considerable margin, so not going to lose much ground to them. Gazelle Motorsport find themselves in 4th place, so they're still going to finish ahead of them and increase their lead going into the final round. So the ARM Championship, we'll see the leaders increase the gap to 2nd place going into the final round, and in the pros, the championship leaders, their gap is going to be halved. Which is a lot better than what I was predicting, Mr. Doom and Gloom here, that was misreading the data. But we'll see, yeah, how the final round plays out. Until then, though, 24 minutes of racing still to go. Keenan now managing the gap a bit better to Eck, another 10th though, in Keen's favour, then back in Eck's favour just as I say that. Macaretta and Ferrari coming up to one of the DT McLarens. Who moves out the way beautifully through 2 different corners to let both of them through. Again, could all be about the tyres. Macaretta it's going to have a bit less tyre wear, I believe. Aye, 6 minutes. Not a huge difference, that's for sure. Especially in these conditions, 25 degrees, well within the window of tolerance for the drivers to get the maximum out of the tyres for as long as possible. So it's just all about that consistency, with RNM still leading the way. Then it is FRL, QRT rounding out the top 5. Then it is Vesta and TSE, the cars that we are on board with. And yeah, Duvaloy hanging on to the podium for Gazelle. They've got 3rd and 4th, but it's Long Smile that have got the lead there with TSE Championship leaders in 2nd place. Another driver with a wayward corner exit there, Chris Jones. Bancroft Turner just getting himself right. These are a couple of off tracks, but they're Jones with another off track excursion. It really has been a race of 2 halves for Jones. Yeah, he'll be looking to put this one behind them as quickly as possible. Macaretta, oh, right up the inside. Oh yeah, of course, because that is Thomas Nopek, that is why. That is Macaretta yielding to let Nopek through, as you would expect. Very nicely done. Ferrari is ahead. So we'll see the Honda catch up there. And Ricciera is absolutely moving now. He is definitely looking to put this one to bed. He's now got a 22 second gap. Still pretty close. We've seen some, yeah, these endurance races, even at 4 hours, you can see some big gaps up at the front. The top 3 separated by 30 seconds. which is, yeah, still fairly close. In fact, the top 4 separated by 35 seconds. Of course, Ferrari got one of them just behind. It is Nopek in second place. And this, of course, the position he was in when he came out of the pits. Spent a few laps behind the Vesta Sport car. Still going to watch with Benjamin Eck though, as he comes out of the last corner. Jump on board with the Lambo for the Lambo fans, as it is Lambo and Lambo action. Eck eking out some more time, but eating in a bit to the lead that Keenan's got over him. It's now sitting at a second. And in fact, it's just gone under a second. So I did, what was it? I did calculate out, but 17 minutes of difference in the tyres. Now with 19 to go. They've got 9 tenths between them. Machira now with 22 seconds. They've still got 22 seconds up at the front. It's going to take a gargantuan effort in Nopek to turn that around, but he's still going to bring home some very, very, very good points on the championship leaders. Benjamin Egg right on the limit there. I'd imagine there's going to be a couple of drivers that have got themselves one too many track warnings and are going to take it ever so slightly easy in these closing stages. Because don't want to curse to the commentator, we haven't seen any drive-throughs for track limits so far. We've seen a stop go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane, but as yet no drive-throughs. Cody Besselink, of course, they're on the receiving end of that penalty. The Assetto Ferrari, yeah, speeding in the pits, and a stop go 30 seconds, and that has definitely cost them, given their overall position at the minute. Pareto is making up a lot of time on the car ahead. Again, I don't think it's going to be, and there isn't long enough to catch right back up, but that's 23 seconds since coming out of the pits, and that's a long ago. Absolutely moving. Absolutely moving. Benjamin Eck that we're on board with is moving, and David Macaretta is still biding his time, it seems. Oh, that's absolutely the wrong car, and there we go. The Phoenixian car for TSE looking to get past the Ferrari. The car's fairly well matched around here. Slightly different attributes, but definitely moving at the same pace. Macaretta getting nice and close under braking. Out with the last corner, 157 laps completed. Machira on 159. Benjamin Eck still well on the tail of his teammate, and Macaretta closing in the opening couple of corners, and the Ferrari just sneaking away through 4 and 5 again on the exit of 3, and then yep, through 4 and 5. Both cars, oh, that's maybe a bit wide. That's going to close them back up again into turn 5, but he's still got enough gap to keep him behind. Benjamin Eck really is looking close to Keenan ahead of him. He's flashing his lights at his teammate. Oh no, sorry, he's flashing his lights at the Gazelle car, one of the arms. That's Duvaloy in third. And actually Chase Gordon as well, he's right on the back of Corving. So yeah, the two TSE Astons reeling in their prey ahead as the podium battle continues to heat up between the two FRL Lamborghinis. RNM, the Chira is putting that foot down, 23.5 seconds, that's another second and a half or so he's made up on the Honda. So an absolutely majestic performance by the RNM team, and a full haul, or not quite a full haul of points. Pareto bringing home those all important fastest lap points as well as over 60 points. Again, not the doom and gloom that I was spreading about the points for 18th. And that is, yeah, very close. Through the Andretti hairpin. He hasn't flashed these lights. I don't imagine Keenan will be moving over to let Eck through. Nopek was considerably quicker, but he's certainly matching Eck. Apex for apex at the moment. Ferrari finding himself under increasing pressure from Macaretta, who's now well within half a second. Oh, and he gets very close there indeed. Wrong car, there we go. I do overly use the front right wheel, but I do personally absolutely love this view you get of the action. And it is a beautiful view of the action that we're getting with Macaretta really putting the pressure on Ferrari. 14 minutes left to go. It's still going to be about 10 laps at least, given the length of the laps that we're seeing. So a lot of turning still to do for the drivers. There goes Chris Jones in 16th position, just losing a lap to the drivers in the top 10. Into the Andretti hairpin, it's Macaretta not losing a step to the Vesta Sport car ahead. And again the Ferrari out with 2 and through 3 and 4 just opens up that gap again, right on the edge though. The Vesta Sport car, and again 2 wheels right out on the other side of the curb there. But again exactly the same. Holds on to the position. It does mean the Macaretta can hold on to that slipstream, and Benjamin Eck definitely holding on to the slipstream. He's within 2/10 of his teammate. Who is going to pounce first? Is it going to be 4th or is it going to be 7th? And that is, oh, Benjamin Eck up and over the hill. Heavy on the brakes, down into the corkscrew. So close between the two of them. Benjamin Eck certainly keeping himself away from the more bumpier side of the track, and that's served him, or sorry, held him in good stead on the way through 8 and 9. Oh, he's missed that apex by an absolute country mile there. And that is super close between these two. David Macaretta still hanging on to the back, and Chase Gordon as well, still within half a second. So 12 minutes to go, and we've still got plenty of overtakes we could potentially see, and they're going to have ramifications in the championship, that is for absolutely sure. Two-way battle for the final podium spot between FRL. We've got Vesta and TSE fighting it out for 6th position, and Chase Gordon in TSE chasing down FRL for an extra bit of pride, finishing 11th place ahead of several pros. Not too bad, but again 2nd place in the arms with a 42-second gap over Duvaloy. So won't do anything too crazy, but certainly with that gap that they've got, I don't see that being too discouraging from trying a move should it present. Just as I say that though, Corving absolutely tears away out with turn number 2. Yeah, absolutely moving. Let's close that so we can get that running again. Duvaloy still in that 3rd place, been a tough race for the Gazelle car. They're down 4 positions overall. They were in the lead at one point in the race, so too were their sister car, but they now find themselves in 3rd and 4th in the arms. So a tough race all round. Benjamin Eck once again. Which camera angle can we use? Let's go for a bit of helmet cam to see just how much input he's putting in the steering as his teammate ahead obliges. One loses the back, one loses the front to turn 4. Oh, and he's hit that curve, and that's a good save. But it is not good enough. That is not what you need to be doing at this stage of the race. That is a big interaction with those curves, and that is a big moment for Benjamin Eck, and that is going to be a sigh of relief. With 10 minutes to go for Terence Keenan, he was really feeling that pressure. David Macaretta, speaking of pressure, gets to within a 10th of the car ahead of him. Let's get on the rear spoiler of this and see how this one plays out. But yeah, Benjamin Eck doing well. Hang on to that one there. Nopeg finding a lot of time on the Chira. That gap now down to 4 seconds. Now down by 4 seconds to 21 with 10 to go. Still a big ask. Preto now 39 seconds behind Besselink. And Macaretta now 3/10 behind Vesta Sports. Pierre Ferrari. It's been quite the duel between these two. They've swapped in the pits, they've swapped out on track. Are they going to swap again with 10 to go? It's RNM still leading the way, start to finish. It's been absolutely flawless from the Chira and Alfonsi. Incredible drive from the two of them. They've handled the traffic absolutely perfectly. He's just doing so once again, the Chira. As he makes his way past a car for some reason I can't identify. Corving in 11th. There we go, sorry, yeah, he's just made his way past Corving in 11th. He's still got Chase Gordon in the arms, 1.1 down the road, the two TSE Astons. Looking to make up more places. They've both had gains in the race. Macaretta up 3. And sorry, no, Gordon is exactly where they started, 12th position. Yes, so started in 12th, going to finish in, or running in 12th at the moment. But yeah, could certainly get the spot on Corving. Go for a last lap dash. They have got a good gap back to fellow podium runners Gazelle Motorsport. But the Matteo and the Chira. Let's get some camera time for the race leader. Don't think they've spent much time. Yeah, Nopeg apparently hasn't done much either. But yeah, certainly the race leaders, less than 10% of the time they've been on our screen. Oh, Gordon really making a move. My apologies, race leader. Oh, he's not quite making a move, but he really has closed that gap. He is absolutely closed in once again. Let's see what he can do through turn number 1 as Duvaloy has a yellow flag. Duvaloy with the yellow flag. We'll jump back and see if we can catch that. As we jump onto the rear spoiler of the Mustang. And Chase Gordon really is close. Duvaloy is losing so much time. I think he's completely stationary. What is going on? He's losing time handover first. Let's have a look and see. So they fought their way back to third place in the AMS. They're now losing an incredible time up. They're gaining it back again. Oh, just to exit. Oh, that. So yeah, so slightly innocuous. I don't. Yeah, on the timing they suddenly lost about 30 or 40 seconds. So I'm not sure that is entirely accurate. 1.4 seconds there, Macaretta. He's got 6/10 of a second there. Nopeg and the Chira still separated by 22, with Keenan losing the second to Nopeg ahead of Benjamin Eck. Now 2 seconds down on Terence Keenan. So since that slight mistake and miscalculation with the track limits, it's Keenan who is holding all the cars. He's holding on to that third place. Egg's got 6 minutes to make up 1.8 seconds. Macaretta 1 second down on Ferrari. As another car goes past the Advisor Porsche further down in the field, and in fact, can we get a look down the current running order? Yeah, why not use this function for the running order as we close into the last 5 minutes? Everyone can see where their teams are going to finish. It's Formula Racing League with a very good run at things. QRT in 5th place with Vesta in 6th position. It's then TSE running in 7th place with Kermit Motorsport in 8th. R&M holding 2 cars in the top 10 ahead of Longdon, leading the way for Long Smile in the Arms. Corving in 11th with Chase Gordon for TSE Racing in 12th place. It is then Gazelle holding 3rd and 4th with Dubeloy and Keita Lars. Jan Barth in 12th position in the pros ahead of Chris Jones. 4th in the Arms ahead of Besselink. In the pros with Preto 13th place in the pros, 18th overall. MT in 19th ahead of DT Racing in 20th. Brunel in 21st overall with Edwards in 22nd. Lure in 23rd place, and Burakovsky has managed to rejoin the server, but is several laps down, so connection issues for a couple of the cars. And I think Edwards has actually just lost the position. Let me just check. Chase Gordon has got past Sven Corving. Sven Corving with an off-track. Sven Corving with an incident. And so too Keita Lars. Hopefully no trees. Oh, it's turn 6. It's on the exit, and yep, full rotation. And the annoying 180 does a 360 to rotate it, but that won't be enough, of course. That does see Chase Gordon then get himself up to 11th position overall, and his teammate David Macaretta could be the next car to make an overtake. It's certainly threatened for quite a few laps. They've now got a bit of traffic. As they make their way through there. 3.5 minutes to go in the Chira. 169 laps. Besselink going past Chris Jones in the closing stages. Jones having himself another incident there. And yeah, Macaretta still close. This is going to be a grandstand finish as predicted. Certainly won't be able to front row. 21 seconds. Nachira and Nopek absolutely matching one another for pace as they did in qualifying. Only 8500ths separated them in the qualifying times. And yeah, Nachira and the team have had to work for every lap. Only a 20-second gap at the end of 4 hours of racing. Very close between the two. And Nopeg has had to fight back from 6th place. Lost quite a few positions at the start. Terence Keenan. Terence Keenan making up 2 places on the start. Still close between these two. Yeah, let's just keep watching these two while we'll have another run down some of the runners and riders that have made up spots. Kermit in 8th place, up 7. Great race for them. And of course Sven Corving starting from the pit, so has made up 12 positions since the start of the race, up 2 on their qualifying position at the moment. 12th place with the 2 arms ahead of them. Duvaloy is a fair bit down. Grab that. So yeah, Duvaloy a fair bit down, so I don't think he's going to be troubling ahead. Macaretta, we've got a minute left to go. Is he going to go for those all-important points? Natea Nachira crosses the line for the penultimate time. The next time he does, there will be a checkered flag waving. Again, it has been an absolutely flawless performance from the team that took pole position. Nachira and Alfonsi have worked in absolute perfect harmony with the Ferrari and the track today. Another degree lost on the track temperature. has not dampened the speed, pace or consistency of RN. Fully living up to the moniker flat out esports. They have been flat out. Keenan going flat out, but so too is Benjamin Eck. We might see an overtake there on the final lap. As into the corkscrew for the final time of asking. Race leading RNM. What more can we say? A 22-second gap with Nopek 20 seconds up on Keenan. So they were all very, very closely matched for pace. Nopek certainly matching Nachira for pace at the end, or Nachira just managing the gap. But take a bow, and the penultimate round of the GT3 Endurance 2024 series is RNM bring home the race win. Take a bow, Nachira and Alfonsi. Thomas Nopek in the Honda started in second and will finish in second place. Certainly making back those places, an impressive feat against this field at the start, but Keenan sees the checkered flag in second, and it will be Terence Keenan who will lead the FRL Lamborghinis across the line in near squadron formation as we jump on board. So yeah, we won't see Keenan cross the line, but we will see Benjamin Eck. That's how close the two of them are. Eck peeling away, but Keenan rounding out the podium with Eck just behind. Hajo Horman down the spot, but will finish in fifth. And my apologies to Nigel Longdon, who was a couple of laps down, so already took the checkered flag to win in the AM class with Chase Gordon, giving us some donuts out in the gravel, bringing home the championship leading car in second place, with Duvaloy for Gazelle in a very good podium third position. There is everyone across the line. There is the highlights safely banked, and here are the full results from the race. Longdon confirmed the race winner in the AMS, with Larocque and Gordon in second, Duvaloy and Van Dam rounding out the podium in third place for Gazelle. And then it is RNM, FRL, the top four in the pro class, with Hajo Horman guiding it solo to fifth position ahead of Vesta Sport. Two cars in the top six, not too bad at all. TSE in seventh position, and Kermit Racing, absolutely can't argue with their efforts in the race, that is for sure, making up 7 positions. So huge congratulations to them, and congratulations to everyone that made it to the end. Some interesting happenings. A couple of cars with those disconnections really have opened up the final round of the championship hugely, which will be the 9 hours of Kyalami, so make sure you get tuned in for that. A lot more on the horizon as well. As I queue up the closing highlights, we can see on screen all of the series up and coming on ACC, so make sure you get yourself signed up. Some phenomenal series, been going 13 and 15 seasons, some of them, some incredible calendars, and some absolutely phenomenal infrastructure in the background, so make sure you get yourself signed up to those. What a race that has been. That was the penultimate round of the FRL Coach Dave Delta. 4 hours of Laguna Seca, of course part of the GT3 Endurance GT3 calendar. That is 9 of the 10 rounds in the bag, and as with the previous round, the Pro and AM race winners will receive Coach Dave Delta 1 month subscription to the setup and never lift coaching course, and the Pro race winners will receive cash prizes, 20, 12 and £8 respectively. Big contact there. and of course the overall championship. The team in the teams in winning in the pros and the AMs, stumbling completely there, will win the Coach Dave Delta 1 month subscription, and the Pro and AM Championship top 5 teams will all receive £100 for the winner, 60 for second, 40 for third, 30 for fourth, and 20 for fifth. So massive thank you to Coach Dave and the team for sponsoring the races. The drivers with a lot to play for, and 9 hours of Kailami still to come. I will leave you with highlights of the race this afternoon. I hope you'll enjoy. My name has been John Wright, aka Double O Raven. It's been a pleasure to be here for this one. I will be back for the 9 hours of Kailami, myself and Christian Romano bringing you the action, and maybe a few others as well. We shall see what the commentary box has in store, but I can guarantee what we'll have in store out on track: more incredible racing. Thank you to everyone that has followed on the stream as well, and hit that thumbs up for the likes, and thanks to everyone in the chat. Do enjoy the closing highlights. Until next time, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Good night.
calling to say I